Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome to Catstrip. Isn't it amazing? Look outside. It's still light. It's not pitch black. It's kind of cool to see it like this. Up in your airplane, flying time. Hey there, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Thank you. It's nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by. So we're still kind of waiting for, and I'm tangled up in cords, still kind of waiting for the arrival of the 777-200. So I figured a sassy little flight up to Helsinki might be a good idea. But welcome on in, and thank you for coming by. I hope you are doing well and had a good few days there. We are anxiously awaiting the arrival of the PMDG 777-200, expecting it sometime a little bit later today. Let's see, two thank yous. Tim Dog and Russ did some nice resubs. Tim Dog's been here for 40 months. Russ has been here for 50 months. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. Let's see, I saw Mountain Man is here. Welcome aboard, Battalion. Not happy you missed everything because you leaned on your chair and there was some tech. I'm sorry about that. Anna Clara is here too. Martel checked in. Hi, Martel. And Sunjammer is here with two badly needed, always full pints of two-tone Murphy brew. Thank you for coming on in today. Multi-chat, yeah, there are some things that aren't working, like Flight Plan and Next and all those other things. Something is amiss. I don't know what it is. We'll figure it out. We'll see what happens. I don't know. But the 777 isn't here. Let's see if we can't go and get a flight in first. This one in here. We'll see what happens with that. Battalion wants to change to 2024. Average Canadian AvGeek just checked in on YouTube. Thank you for checking in on YouTube. Let's see, Moritz is here. EGLL to EDDV, Hanover, right? The four-letter identifiers sometimes are a little bit, let's see, a couple days off yesterday. Yesterday and the day before, I did pick up a Huey helicopter for DCS World. And I gotta tell you, there were a lot of burned pixels all over the ground in Berlin as I'm trying to learn how to fly that thing. You thought helicopters were hard in Microsoft Flight Simulator? Go try a helicopter in DCS World. Yeah, it was not pretty. It was not pretty at all. In fact, it was a little bit scary. But really, that's what you need. And the reason I decided to do that is Polya kind of figured it out. I figure once I can fly the helicopter, I could start an OnlyFans page. As we get the jokes already off the ground and ready to go. There you go. Moritz, thank you for coming in today. Average Canadian bought a new tablet. And Captain Edward is in chat. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. I'm in the Phoenix A320 right now. Might as well just get this thing going while we're waiting for the arrival of our big old Boeing and see if that shows up. There was some debate about whether or not we should depart out of Paine Field or Boeing Field. They said somebody was in chat and said they deliver the 777s out of Boeing Field, not Paine Field. I don't mean to be a pain about all this, but I figured we ought to get it right. Two jokes for the price of one. There you go. PAE, Mountain Man says we should go to Paine Field. Thank you for that. Possible face-on approach. Hi, Driven. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. And let's see. Luxon checking in from Boda. You know what? I have absolutely no idea what the weather was like for you. in Norway. I always like to take a look because the Norwegian coast is absolutely amazing. And I always try and look at that, but I think the day is off right now because we're all waiting for the 777 and stuff. I've already got my wallet is all ready to go. I saved some money at the grocery store this week, and I'm all ready. So there we go. And Polyot says Paine Field too. So Tim Dog says we did find out, and it is Paine Field. So we're all good to go with that. So instead of Boeing Field for our next flight, it's going to be Paine Field to San Francisco. That is, of course, if the 777 arrives. Hopefully it does. Otherwise, we're going to have to drop back and punt and figure out another flight here. Okay, received messages. All of this is looking good. Airplane is looking great too. Hype trains just apparently pop in randomly now, driven. They just apparently pop out of nowhere, I guess. So that's the way those. Yeah, the hype trains at the train station. Okay, everything looks good here. Airplanes coming to life down there. They bounce them back and forth between the two, but if you have purchased a brand new airplane, a brand new Boeing, you're going to go to Paine Field.
Agent.
And I think Polyot may even be going to Paine a little bit later on to buy a whole new airplane. Tim Dog just did some cheers. Hey, good to see you. Lenny Bobbins is here. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in, Lenny Bobbins. I was afraid that my knitting jokes had been offensive or something like that. I hope all is well at Bobbins Land, at the Bobbinsburg or something. That's how you celebrate the handover, but no, Polyot is not buying one. No.
Bits intercepted.
Okay, let's come on over there. Somebody just did some bits. Hey, Eagle is here. Hi, Eagle. And there's Dogs. Dogs was doing... Dogs was over doing some plane spotting in Arizona recently on Dogs live stream over on YouTube. And I think, if I remember right, Dogs, you saw all sorts of cool airplanes too. Want to celebrate Lenny. Madam split her foot open. Really? Oh no. Was that from dancing and stuff like that? Was it a dancing type? Or just being a rambunctious mini or something like that. Okay, everything looks good here. Yeah, the commands are being really, really weird. I don't know what. It's not. I checked to see if I was at least logged into Streamlabs, and I think I am. So I don't know. What could possibly be going wrong there? No idea. We are doing Paine Field, Dogs. So that's KPAE, PAINE, PAINE, Paine Field, and that's KPAE. Hang on. I'll put this in chat. Spelling is not my strong suit today. I've actually been having a real hard time. Apparently taking 2 days off is really bad for me because trying to get everything going has been absolutely... it's been a struggle trying to get, just making the graphics and stuff today have been pretty bad. All right, let's see what we got going on here. I'm trying to remember everything. EKCH, departure ATIS. Departure ATIS, information Mike. Runway is 22 right, got that one. And everything looks good. First contact, customized pushback, Copenhagen departure, EKCH tower. Do we have CPDLC here? Voice status for departures, info charts. Thank you for your feedback. I don't know if they do that here or not. My guess is they would have CPDLC or something like that in there. So I think that might be it. Yeah, I think we're starting to get a little bit of stuff like that. We're starting to warm up a little bit here at Spy HQ, and I'm noticing that, pollen is out there, so it could be the level of goofiness maybe going up higher and higher. Gilly RTR is Gilly is doing the same flight that we are, as we are all waiting for the departure. Okay, SAS flight 441, and that looks good. Tower is 118105. 118105. Let's go and get the clearance done really quickly here. 105. There we go, and let's listen in there. Okay, that looks really good. Now we'll just wait for a moment to bump in here. And 28 degrees in England. It looked like it. Yeah, we've been actually pretty soggy here. Okay, we're at Charlie 30. So this is gate Charlie 30 with information mic. Catstrip Tower, good evening from Scandinavian 441. We are in A320 at gate Charlie 30. We do have information mic aboard. We're not able to do a very customized pushback here, but we'll try and stay within the lines, requesting clearance to Helsinki.
Right, Scandinavian 441, very good evening first. Scandinavian 586 via mic to stand Bravo 10, bye-bye.
Oh my gosh, you fixed it.
Via mic to stand Bravo 10, Scandinavian 586.
And the Scandinavian 441, Castor Tower, clear to Helsinki. VATSIM, make 9 at Charlie departure, runway 22 right, squawk 1145.
Scandinavian 441's going to Helsinki off of runway 22 right, and the CYYZ 9 Charlie departure. Our squawk today is 1145 for Scandinavian 441.
41, question 444. Try again, 444. Try again, Scandinavian 441, reach pitch rate.
I have enough hard time with all those fours too, thanks. All right. Okay, I think we're all ready to go here. Polyot fixed it. Dogs is multi-streaming. Level flight simulation. Good afternoon. You were at the FNO. Yeah, you were United 3360. Yeah, I remember the FNO. Gazprod says you are overdue with the rain. Hose pipe bans are coming. That sounds scary. Okay, let's put the numbers in. My cost index today is 40. And our cruise today is flight level 370, not 37.370. Let's go and do winds, because everybody knows that it's windy. Here comes the wind. Let's see, this looks good. Winds, let's clear winds, go to return, page B. Let's go and start welcoming our passengers aboard. So Phoenix, mass and balance, and load. 6 minutes, and I need to resend the load sheet this time. Restrictions on how much water you can... Oh, hose pipe. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, we're going to probably have some pretty bad drought in our part of the country, too, before long. It's been a little soggy lately, but that's not going to last. Level flight. Sadly, I'm in the middle of massive financial recovery right now. Maybe one year I'll be able to do it, but I don't know anytime soon. Hey Bear, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. 34.1 is center of gravity. And so 56.8, 34.1, and those numbers are all looking good. Let's come on and do the rest. And let's do, that looks great. Passengers are walking down the jetway. Let's do our fuel. I'm also kind of thinking in the back of my mind as I'm doing this, okay, now, how do we do all this in a Boeing again? How do we do this in the 777? Trying to remember how that thing works. You know, and all. So let's see. Taxi is 0.173. 173 is taxi. Route reserve is 0.622. Alternate fuel is 1.03. And final reserve is 1.005. And fuel planning is groovy green, so that's good. Your work is now done. So you did all that. Thank you. I can finish the rest of that stuff. Was it something that I did wrong with all of the commands? Did I not pour the right amount of coffee? I did change the kind of flavor and cream and stuff that I'm putting in coffee these days, but I don't know. EKCH, departure. They were so nice to tell us that we are departing off of runway 22 right. So 22 right is our departure runway. And we are doing the CYYZ 9 Charlie. CYYZ 9 Charlie. And we'll insert. As much as I'm used to saying yes when you ask that, in this case, no. Okay, so it isn't something I did wrong. Cool. Great. It's nice to know that I can have days like that too. Let's see, 22 left is, I believe, their arrival runway. I checked their ATIS earlier. So 22 left, we are doing the Intor 6 Alpha arrival. No transitions and no vias. So it's going to be vectors coming on in there. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So back to performance and page 2, no, init page B. There we go. Our altimeter for departure is 1017 and 1017 over here. They did not give us an altitude on our clearance, and usually when that happens, that means there's one posted on your departure, and you better check that. Otherwise, you'll bust that altitude constraint, and then they will, they'll laugh at you. CYYZ 9 Charlie departure. And so after that, we go zippity zip zip zip. Here's CYYZ. And initial climb clearance, flight level 70C. Always a good hint if you're getting your clearance and they don't give you an altitude, that's usually a good indicator that there's one on the chart, and they expect you to, I don't know, be like a real pilot and look at your charts. Let's go ahead and do, I don't think that I started, nope, we did start. Hey, I did get those going. I just forgot to do crew supply of oxygen. Let's go and start the APU. GT Boy, beer cheers, and welcome on in. And APU is starting. I do have to say that I did enjoy what little bit I did learn about the Huey yesterday. It was about, if I remember correctly, oh, by the way, there's a lot of stuff over at DCS World that's on sale at the moment. So if you want to be, silly like me and get involved in DCS, a lot of that stuff is on sale right now. Aircraft is loaded. Patrick, good afternoon. And that looks good. And our final load sheet should be in. And the final load sheet says 57.1. I said 56.8. This one says 57.1. That's a bigger difference than I've ever seen. 34.1. That's the only one we've got there, but that's big. Oh, this is their Cold War sale. Okay. So everything's there. Is that what you're looking for to your right at C34, says Sunjammer. C34. That looks like a 777, Sunjammer. That wouldn't happen to be you in X-Plane, would it? I bet that's Sunjammer jamming along in X-Plane 12 in the Flight Factor 777. Well, I was really glad to be able to go and get the go ahead and get a helicopter. 69.8, 66.98. is my block fuel right now. I need 5.6, so that's really good. So, Russ, Russ, I thought you were on the road. I thought you were going up to Denver to watch I thought you were going to go watch the hockey game, the Avalanche, right? You're not rooting for the Avalanche. You're rooting for the Texas team. Maybe I misread stuff. It hasn't the only time. Okay, that all looks good. Let's go and do performance. And everything looks good there. Let's come on and do departure perf. Driven is doing midway to MDPC. Driven, would you remind me where MDPC is? Back home again. Russ is home again. You're watching the game from home. You were down in Houston for the 3-game Tigers. Okay, so that was your road trip. It was a different. Oh, okay. Thanks, Driven. Going down to Dominican Republic. Okay, I remember now. It was mixing sports there. All right. And everything looks good there. We did get a squawk code, didn't we? I probably ought to put that in. 1145. 1145. Looking good. And APU is available. Temperature down a couple clicks in the back because there's more people back there. Let's go to ground power. I'm pushing wrong buttons here right now. The buttons that I was pushing in the helicopter for moving around the cabin and stuff are different than the buttons that you use in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Driven, this is the A320 it's the A320 from Phoenix Sim. Okay, all of those are now clear. We've cleared all moorings. Go over here and refresh and view the departure ATIS. Information mic remains current. So that looks good. Charts for pushback. Here's our airport. And I'm probably going to need the other chart too. We're going to need parking stands. Okay, we're at Charlie 30. So it's going to be Quebec 1, probably to Delta to cross the runway. I think we can handle that. Seatbelts could go on. Cabin call, let them know we're going to start rolling the airplane about. Turn the radio back on.
410, request taxi.
Scandinavian 410, taxi via Mike, Zulu and Alpha to holding plan runway 2 to right, cross runway 30.
Victor's here is a sassy flight today.
Taxi Mike, Zulu Alpha, cross 30, holding point 2 to right, Scan 410.
Airbus pilot just arrived too. Hello there, Airbus pilot. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Victor is joining us, is Scandinavian 3152 in a retro livery. A sassy flight to wonderful Copenhagen.
Scandinavian 505, push and start approved to release by Romeo 1, KSFO 1017. 1017, push and start approved to release point Romeo 1.
I think we're ready to go.
Scandinavian 21 Delta, winds 16 degrees, 10 knots.
Tic Tac, always try to be a little sassy when we're flying Scandinavian airs.
133.155. Bye.
Clear for takeoff, runway 2 to right, after takeoff, contact departure on 133155, Scandinavian 21 Delta.
How about if we preset that right now? That way we'll look like we're on top of everything. Sort of. Catstrip Tower, hello again from Scandinavian 441 at gate Charlie 30. Information, Mike remains aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Scandinavian 441, hello again, push and start approved to release plan X-ray, QNH 1017.
1017 on the altimeter. We are pushing back to release point X-ray for Scandinavian 441. Beacon, Shall we go? I think it's time to get out of here. Parking brakes.
Charlie 28, request start and push when available.
X-ray.
Stand by, your friend behind is pushing.
Oh, okay, what's that? number
Release
two,
point
for standby
X-ray.
line?
That's X-ray over there. Blaze is here. Hi, Blaze. Welcome aboard.
Taxi, holding right, runway 2 to right.
Starting engine number 1.
Zulu and Alpha, cross runway 30.
I'm just going to push straight here.
Right,
The Airbus pilot is watching from South Africa. Hi, Airbus pilot. Welcome on in. Just doing a basic straight push here.
410, line up runway 2 to right and wait.
Line up to the right and wait, scanning 410.
Parking brakes. And release the tug. And Chihuahuas are back. Boy, that's one thing I missed from DCS World. There's no Chihuahuas barking around the ramp there. Ramos is here, and so is Astro Singularity. Welcome aboard. Yeah, I had to go in and reactivate it. I had to go in and reactivate it in the content manager. So that's what that was.
Scandinavian 410, when I'm on contact Copenhagen control, frequency 133.155, winds 160 degrees, 10 knots, runway 2 to right, clear takeoff to right.
When I'm on 123.155, we clear for takeoff.
Astro Singularity is on a 7-stream streak right now. And I think I need to go and refresh Volanta. There we go. Volanta's up.
Scandinavian 24, KSFO, go off, Jesper, winds 160 degrees, 10 knots, runway 2 to left, clear to land.
2 to left, clear to land, 248, go up.
Boston, Red Nose 263, West November, board requesting fire clearance over to Riga. Windows 2063, Takeoff.
Looks like we're getting a good start here.
Riga, CMAC 9 on charted departure, runway 2 to right, squawk 5025.
There's the generator click, or thunk really in this airplane it sounds like. Starter back to normal. Starter looks good, done with the APU bleed and the APU.
And start approved, straight push to release band EKCH 1017.
And push your start approved with 1017, standing at 209.
Elevators work, ailerons work, rudder pedals work. Trim's going to be down 0.7. And flaps are going to be 3. Man, it is so nice to actually use all the buttons in this airplane.
Welcome aboard.
Okay, this looks really good. And I think we're ready to go.
133.155, winds 160 degrees, 7 knots, runway 2 to right, cleared for takeoff for time.
The Nico just did a follow. Hey, the Nico, thank you for the follow.
Red Nose 263, start Alpha 14, request pushback and start up. Red Nose 263, start by, call back.
Catstrip Tower. Scandinavian 441, I'm afraid that Pushback Helper pushed me straight back, so I'm not over at X-ray like I should be. Pushed and started from Charlie 30 requesting taxi.
441, no problem at all. Taxi to only point runway 2 to right, via Quebec, Foxtrot and Alpha, cross runway 30.
Going to runway 22 right, we're going to go via Quebec, Foxtrot, and Delta, cleared across runway 30 for Scandinavian 441. Landing lights, final cabin call. We're going to start rolling about here. Come on over here, and out we go.
And for Red Nose 263, what am I waiting on, sir? 2063, there should be a traffic next to you pushing, but it just disconnected. 2063 push, start approved to release plane EKCH, KNH 1016.
Pushback and start approved.
Cabin secure. Out we go. I almost took, there's another airline we could have taken, Finnair. That would have been a good choice for today's flight because they give you free blueberry juice. That's the official beverage of Finnair. And then Delta. And takeoff config check looks good.
Scandinavian 441 looks like a missed Foxtrot there. Continue via Delta and Alpha to Holy Plan runway 2 to right. Cross runway 30.
Cross runway 30. Yep, we did miss that one. So we'll continue on Delta to runway 2 to right for Scandinavian 441. Yep, missed Foxtrot.
Scandinavian 248, welcome to Copenhagen. Continue via Bravo, hold short of Echo 1.
There was a turn that I thought that I didn't make.
Echo 1.
Okay, now we're going to kind of come around over here.
Scandinavian 505, and airborne contact Copenhagen control, frequency 133.155, winds 16 degrees, 7 knots, runway 2 to right, cleared for takeoff.
Okay, there's that little turn. Delta goes off to the right. Hi, Tim J. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in today.
Go for it.
Is anybody else wearing out your refresh key over on the PMDG website today?
234 Cat, good evening, 16 degrees, 7 knots, runway 2 to left, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 2 to left.
Oh, by the way, if you didn't do it, they did a couple of minor fixes on the PMDG op setter. So if you haven't updated op setter, you might want to do that. I hit the quarter hours for those. Perfect. That's actually a great time to do that. Hearsay is just going to keep an eye on chat. Yeah, I imagine that there'll be all sorts of messages that pop in there, that pop into chat when it's time.
Scandinavian 441 behind departing, Scandinavian A320, line up runway 2 to right and wait behind.
Runway 22 right, line up and wait behind the departing Scandinavian A320 for Scandinavian 441. Okay, I think we're all ready to go. The ECAM checklist is green. All of this looks good. Our departure is going to be straight out, little baby turn, 90-degree turn, and out to CYYZ. Let's go ahead and line up and wait.
Right, I believe you said Quebec, Foxtrot, Alpha.
Strobes.
Crossing runway 12%.
Flight attendants, seats for takeoff.
Correct. Scandinavian 248, taxi Zulu and Papa, stand Bravo 9.
What's that for 248?
FM 248, Zulu Papa, Bravo 9.
Zulu and Papa, Bravo 9, Scandinavian 248.
Red Nose 263, request taxi.
Red Nose 2063, taxi to hold point runway 2 to right, via Mike, Zulu and Alpha, cross runway 30.
205 Mike, Zulu and Alpha crossing 30, Red Nose 2063.
Scandinavian 441, and airborne contact Copenhagen control, frequency 133.155, winds 16 degrees, 7 knots, runway 2 to right, cleared for takeoff. Enjoy your flight to Helsinki, bye-bye.
Off to Helsinki we go, clear for takeoff, runway 22 right, Scandinavian 441, and after departure, we'll contact 133.155. Thanks for the ATC, have a good week from Scandinavian 441.
Thank you very much, likewise.
And throttle's up about halfway. Engines are stable, elapsed timer is going, and manual flex. SRS and runway is set, auto thrust is blue. Hi, Start Lugo. Rudder pedals, 100 knots. And V1, hands off the throttles, flying, and rotate. Positive climb, gear going up, and out we go. So long. Copenhagen, the site of a very, very big, fun VATSIM event on Mondays called Vectors to Copenhagen, which is a really good event. You want to arrive into that event, though. Lever climb, thrust climb. And we'll pop the AP in. And 133.105. I think it was supposed to be 155. Catstrip departure, hello there from Scandinavian 441. Just past Rubat, 2,700 for 7,000.
441, Copenhagen control, good evening, radar contact, climb flight level 190, direct CMAG.
Climb flight level 190, we are now direct CNAG for Scandinavian 441.
Reinforcements incoming, more agents joining the spy flight.
Let's see. Asher is in chat. Do you miss the real ops events when you booked a slot and a flight? Those were okay. Sometimes it's kind of hard to get the correct slot, you know, to get a flight that works really well for you. Aerofly, did we just get a raid? We did. It's Captain Whip TV. Hi, Captain Whip. We're filling a little bit of time with a nice little sassy flight up to Helsinki while we're waiting for the arrival of the big 777. Welcome aboard, Captain Whip. I hope you are doing well and all is right in your cockpit. I have not heard about EDDL coming out, Seaberg. You waited as long as you could. Oh my gosh, yeah. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Thanks for coming in and coming on in. Altimeters, altimeters. You know, I could have just as much fun flying this for a while today.
230 level by Cookstone.
Level 230, level by Cookstone. Do you have any
flaps up?
For me?
Well, Star, we're hoping for a 777 today. Don't know if it's going to make it here or not. Apolos, welcome aboard. I did. I was a little late on my flaps, wasn't I? A little late on the flaps. Good afternoon, Wheelchair Gamer.
So just confirm you want me to be level 230 at Cookstone? Oh, so I see what you mean. Sorry.
Yeah, so at Cookstone.
You did the flight factor 777-200ER? Oh, I think Sunjammer's in that one right now, flying with us out of Copenhagen.
Control, good evening, level contact, climb flight level 190, direct CMAG.
And direct CMAG. Flight plan's looking good. A little later, yeah, I was a little late on a few things. The departure's a little bit busier here. And a nice view outside the windows today. Did I miss landing lights? I'm actually really kind of slow today. Yep, 10,000 feet landing lights. Nose light, 10,000 foot cabin call. You think that...
7441, fly direct to Evona, and then monitor advisory. So long.
Direct to Evona, and then we're over to advisory. Thank you so much from Scandinavian 441. Have a good week.
You too.
So after you think maybe, so the window of opportunity is 1600 Zulu to 2359 Zulu. All right, Pauliot is betting on 2100 Zulu. That's when they did it the last time. Okay, so right now it is 1900 Zulu. Tim Dog says it's going to happen between now and top of descent. So if it doesn't happen after we land in Helsinki, we could take an Airbus to Paine Field from someplace. We could get it. We could go to like from Missoula to Paine Field or something like that, and land an Airbus there. You know, to be snippy about having to wait so long for our 777. So we could give that a try. Then we've also got Chicago to Toronto today. I would also say we could go and try the Huey for a while, but that's just too embarrassing for me right now. I did go and 122.8. I did go and start changing some of my control configurations, my sensitivities over on DCS World, and holy moly, did that make a big difference. So I added a little bit of a curve to my sensitivities, and that was really nice. Pauliette says we do not want to be banned by Boeing before having managed to get there for your delivery handover. All right. We'll take a CRJ, I guess. Surely they will not yell at us for that. Yes, I just called you Shirley. Continue the climb, flight level 370. And out we go. Some really, really nice. Really nice. It's taken long enough to get the Boeing invite. I'm protecting it with my life. That's true. Pauliot does have an invite for a real-world handover ceremony, and that's going to be fun. Embraer, we could take one of those. Yeah, that's right. We landed Paine Field, and pull out your tray, and we'll just eat a burger while we're waiting on the field. Something like that. Yeah, the anticipation waiting. I always thought, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I really wish that the developers would release first thing in the morning, when let's say they say that release day is Thursday. Release first thing in the morning in the European Union and the UK. That way, everybody that's just getting up and getting started gets their airplane in the European Union and the UK, and then as the sun slowly makes its way across the pond, then as people in the US wake up, that way we're not really going to have these big, bad, long, these huge rushes on the servers or something. I think. I don't know. I think that, the release like right now means everybody around the world is going to slam their server right at a certain time. Now, I could be wrong, but there you go. Let's see. Captain Whip says you maximize flight and profit that way. PMDG is based in the U.S., so that means they are out of hours for support. How many times do they release an airplane in a year? They can get up freaking early. They can get up freaking early. Today's route has us going through Denmark, Latvia, and Estonia before arriving in Finnish airspace. Well, that'll put a nice finishing touch on your flight there, Tim J. Oh, so they also have people outside of the company. Okay. Well, then hopefully they'll have enough server space so that it doesn't crash the PMDG website as we're all, trying desperately to give Robert Rendazzo our, money. Will they be shipping champagne and caviar? I don't know. They will be after the support hours. Many, many years ago in Flight Sim, PMDG did release without even telling anyone, and it was carnage that day. Yeah, as everybody's sitting at home because they knew it was coming, so they were just, you know, F5ing. Tim Dog, you set it up so that it will refresh every 30 seconds. Really? I think 2100 hours is probably a good bet. Like Pauliot said, that's when they did it the last time. So we're about an hour and 15 minutes away from that happening. They just dropped the airplane and did a post. So let's see. Flight plan. We're going to be getting in at 21. We're actually, at the moment, the flight management computer says we're landing at 2101 Zulu. How about that? Now, if that's what happens, that's called timing. That's timing. They didn't even tell anyone they were going to drop it. They just did some silly little post and walked on. 2100, so 22 Zulu if they go based on the time they released last time. That's right. That's right. Pauliot, you've got daylight savings time going right now, so you're not actually Zulu time anymore. Not exactly sitting here watching the whole time. I'm taking a break, but you've been packing. Oh, that's right. Tim Dog's doing a business trip next week. Remember they posted the pushback? They did. I do remember that. 2100 Zulu is 5 p.m. Eastern time. That's 3 o'clock SPY time. Good evening, Subsonic. What are we waiting for? We are waiting for... Oh, man, a whole lot of inappropriate things popped into my head. I'm sorry. We're waiting for the release of the 777 from PMDG. Used to be their tradition. They would do a bunch of social media posts showing the phases of flight and touchdown when it be released. They actually did a pretty cool job. They did a cool job of building up some excitement and stuff. I was one of those that liked those kinds of things. You know. We are waiting for a bus, but that would be the wrong simulator. Does anyone remember the days of PMDG Pogo Stick? I don't remember the Pogo Stick at all. That must have been when I was taking a break from Flight Sim and stuff. That must have been when I was taking a break. Chris has already had an adult beverage today. What's the big difference between the 200 and the 300? Well, there's a little bit of a difference. The 200 is the older version, so it's going to be a slightly older cockpit with older systems than one you had. It's a little bit smaller. I don't think it carries as many people and as much cargo. They used to hide a pogo stick, and there used to be a race to see who could find it. It was an Easter egg. One day, someone said they would buy a simulated pogo stick if PMDG made one. Yeah, so the 300 is bigger. More airlines fly the 200. I don't remember the pogo stick at all. I think that's a kind of a cool game. You know, it was sort of like, you remember the FlyJ Sim when the Q400 came out? And if you went all the way to the, you know, you looked in, because the overhead bins in the Q400 open up. And if you looked in the one in the back right overhead bin, there was a little plushie of an airplane. And if you clicked it, it would put it over on the dashboard in front of the co-pilot. And I always thought, you know, wouldn't it be great if, you know, FlyJ Sim actually made that plushie? I would have ordered it in a heartbeat. XLT, thanks for the resub today. XLT has been here for 5 months. Thanks, XLT, for a 5-month resub. They used a Segway. Really? That's fun. They used a Segway. XLT, thanks for the nice resub today. Will you buy the Synaptic A220 when it comes out? I don't know that much about the airplane yet, Moritz. Chances are the answer is yes, but I just don't know that much about it. Went onto their site and you've spent $726 with PMDG. Really? Man, I don't think I want to look at that page. I don't think I want to look at that page. I don't. I'm not going to do that. I don't have any heart trouble or anything like that, but my guess is chances are if I were to look at that page, I would have heart trouble, so I'm not going to do it. My wheelchair gamer, they actually do have a roadmap of what it is that they're going to do for updates. And there's our nice little view of the SAS cabin. It's even got a sassy little headrest cover. We're hoping, Blaze, that that's our next flight. Cyberlog, the Phoenix updates, including weather radar. I'm always excited about a really nice upgrade from Phoenix. Their airplanes are so cool. And really enjoy flying them. They're just so solid, especially if you're in a challenging VATSIM event. If you're doing a challenging VATSIM event, it's a great, really, really good airplane to have. And everything looks good here. And our very, very nice cockpit. Okay, all this looks good. Oh, I think we're safe. I doubt that any of those developers from like PMDG would come in here. So you can get away with anything you want here. I definitely would love to have the iFly Max come over here to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Asher Wynn, have we flown to New Zealand? Yeah, we've flown to New Zealand. Would like to do the Cross the Ditch event. Sunjammer's taken us on a really good tour of Middle Earth too. It was a while ago, but that was a fun flight. Did I say 2020? I mean 2024. I did say I meant 2024. Okay, everything's looking good here. A nice departure out of Catstrip, sorry. That one's not that funny. J. Phil says spy hat. I've got my Boeing hat sitting by over there. The Boeing hat is ready to go. My brain is just not 100% here today. Sorry about that. We may have to start our own descent on our own. May need to do this on our own today. Yes, I have their website up here. No, I'm not hitting refresh every 10 seconds or anything like that. Have I tried X-Plane with the WinWing? No, I haven't. The only thing that I've done is I've used the WinWing side stick in P3D. In DCS World. That's the only other sim that I've used any of the WinWing stuff in. But I haven't used it with anything else, Blaze. Okay, this looks good. I think we get to just kind of cruise here. We're at flight level 370. Wow, 321 miles away. I didn't realize Copenhagen and Helsinki was such a longer flight. Maybe it's going to work to our advantage, though, on as we wait for a certain developer to drop a certain airplane. Wheelchair Gamer is landing in Vancouver. If you're looking for something entertaining to see, a very, very cheap remake of Jurassic Park movies bubbled up in my YouTube, feed. And it's basically, people around the house with really crazy little, cardboard puppets. And I'd never seen it before. For all of us that needed a laugh and stuff. Russ just had a CTD. Don't worry, I will not ruin your favorite movie. No A350. Yeah, was it an A3? No, Russ. Russ was in, I think, a Phoenix A321 in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Russ was in the A321. Hi, Average EGLL. Good evening, and thanks for coming by. And so far, so good. And that looks really nice. North Gaming has arrived. Welcome aboard. So Russ says it was indeed the Phoenix A321, and it was a graphics card CTD. That's weird. Okay, Helsinki, ILS. Expect ILS approach. Arrival runway is 22 left. Runway condition report. Runway condition codes are 666. Okay, well, you know what? I get all religious on you, but maybe I better not. Transition level 60. Winds 210 at 9. Ceiling and visibility is beautiful. Altimeter is 1018. All is right with the world. Average EGL was watching the Spurs versus Boda game. 33 quid for a monthly subscription. No, I don't think so. Let's see. Mortal Sir, did I say that right? Drop a message. Thanks for taking the time to come in and say hi. Welcome on in, and happy 777 day from PMDG. How is that the Spy Devil? Well, it could be. It's going to be a hell of a landing. Gazprod says it's out. Really? Shall we go and hit an F5 button? Is Gazprod breaking news today? Let's go and see what happens. Not available at Spy HQ. Sorry, Gazprod. Not here. I just hit it and it's not ready to go. Marketplace version of the CRJ has finally updated Tree Grinder, but it's not available yet in 2024. No, it could be, I mean, it looks like it is, but again, it could very well be just a mistake. No need to talk about banning quite yet. Don't need to look at anything here. 287 miles to top of descent. I kind of think that, yeah, Polyot's, is a guess is of 2100 Zulu. I think is probably a good guess. I think it's a good one. A 777 second timeout. Is my next flight listed in Discord? So right now, it's a little bit up in the air because we didn't know what to expect as far as this airplane's concerned. So right now, if the 777 is out, we're going to do Paine Field to San Francisco. If it's not out, we'll jump in a CRJ in some place like Spokane or Missoula or Portland, something like that. And, CRJ up to Paine Field. Unless, of course, you'd like to be really rebellious and fly an Airbus in there. You imagine what would happen if you were, an Airbus that had to land at Paine Field? You could fly the BAE 146. So that's what we'll do if it's not out when we land in Helsinki. Got a company message here. All right. Yeah, so there's the airline I want to work for, SAS Ops. Definitely like to be sassy about this. No ADC required. How about that? Asher says an A319 would be good. Hollyot wants some holes. Kiri says they're having an event in Peru. No, so Tim J, what we're gonna do is if the 777 isn't out, we'll fly into Paine Field to go pick up our 777. And we're gonna and so we'll fly from some place around there. Portland's probably good. I don't know. We'll see. Moritz has a new Air France livery. It's at flightsim.to. So we'll try, that's kind of the plan. Also, there is Chicago to Toronto. And we could take a 777 on that flight too. For Thursdays in Toronto. That's right. Russ says that if it's not out next, we're going to go get in the Beluga and buzz Robert Randazzo's house in the Beluga. Yeah. What's the new move on how we find the BEA startup on the YouTube page? There is, I do think that it's an older video, but I do have a cold and dark video on that airplane, I believe. So I think it's still there. Buzz the PMDG office near Sphere Vegas. That'd be the better thing to do. Well, there is the Las Vegas map in DCS World, and they have pixel ammo in DCS World. We could go and do a couple of strategically placed explosives in DCS World to kind of shake things up. Say, hey, come on. He has a wool release day vest. Well, nobody's there anyway right now, so it's not that big of a deal. That's right, we wouldn't want to do it despite the fact that we're getting impatient. And we might be getting, that's right, we'd be on a list, wouldn't we? We would be on a little list someplace, and that's no good. Definitely getting a little bit darker here. Yep, there is a YouTube. Well, there's live on YouTube right now. And here's our equal time point. And 240 miles to top of descent. Six minutes after the hour. All right. I shouldn't play with the refresh button. Shouldn't play with the refresh button. Yeah, they really big price tag on that jet, isn't it? Pretty pricey airplane. Gilly RTR has started the descent. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about anything happening in DCS world. I can get the FA-18 off, but I don't know the first thing about putting anything, lethal on it except for me, the pilot. And the Huey was it was fun to learn, but oh my gosh. I thought helicopters were difficult in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Wow, wow, wow. This was a mess. And I even watched a couple of YouTube videos on it. I mean, that's how you learn everything in the world today, right? Hey, Thalo. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by.
Subscriber confirmed.
I think that
clearance
Rangi
granted,
just
agent.
did a resub.
Loyalty noted.
Hey, Rangi, thanks for the nice resub today.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
And
granted.
Polyot
agent.
has gifted a
Loyalty
sub to
noted.
Thalo. Really? Hey, that was nice. Thanks for gifting a sub to Thalo. I appreciate that. That was super duper nice. And thank you for being nice to me, but thank you for being nice to other people too. Ooh, there we go. We could do some Air Berlin flights. Jack bit the bullet on the E-Jets. Really? So, Jack, you've been flying... So those are the Flight Sim Studios E-Jets at Microsoft Flight Simulator? It's actually a pretty cool little airplane. It's actually a really cool little airplane. It doesn't have VNAV, and if you stay ahead of it, if you stay ahead of the airplane, you can fly the E-Jet pretty good on a VATSIM event. I think we took it on a Frankfurt Friday once. Yeah, the LVFRs never really jazzed me all that much. I was never that excited about them. Dogs flew them quite a bit, actually. No, they don't work in Flight Sim 2024. I think Avianca is still flying. We have a airport here called EKCH. They did a captain scam kind of a thing. They saw an opportunity to exploit and move from scenery to bad airplanes. It became a cash cow for them. Something about winning the heart battle. Yeah, Chris says it is good for people that are trapped in an Xbox and can't get the Phoenix. Information November is now current at Helsinki. Still doing runway 22 left. Everything else looks about the same. Not too terribly windy. There is the potential for a little butter on the runway here. Wheelchair Gamer, is it a $50 airplane now? Something about foodstuffs. I can go for foodstuffs today. That would be good. I mean, we ought to have 777 cake today, right? 777 cake would be very tasty. That's right. We ought to order 777 cupcakes. Oh, should we send them to the PMDG office? Oh, I don't know. They're right next door to Sphere Vegas. My guess is anything that we'd probably send wouldn't be, up to the level of Vegas quality that they're used to. Not quite up to the level of quality that they'd want. Heart-shaped salad and a heart-shaped fruit. Well, I'm going to guess that there's probably an awful lot of poker chips and showgirls there. I don't know anything about the CRJ 200 if there's one in the sim. I know that in the world of real-world flying, it is my least favorite airplane to be a passenger in. I don't suffer from claustrophobia or anything like that, but it's just not my favorite. That's right, we don't want to send them anything. It'll distract them and delay the release. Erie, yeah, I know. 777 release days are always such an exciting day, aren't they? Looks like there's one suggested release time of 2,100 hours. So T-minus about 47 minutes. Yeah, we don't want to distract them in any way. We don't want Robert, to be reaching his hand over to that AZ5 button and saying, let's delay it a week or so. We don't need to do it today. Chris James says the sounds were decent. It was better than the Asobo rubbish. Oh, really? That's right, a small airplane would be a bad place to discover that you've got claustrophobia. Drummer's in chat. Welcome aboard. It really would be a bad place to discover that you have claustrophobia. No, it's just stuffy. And the thing about the 200s is the windows are in like the worst place ever. I mean, if I was like 5 years old, they'd be great. But for me, it's down by my elbow and stuff like that. And since it's down by my elbow, it's not a fun. It's the only airplane that I will always book an aisle seat if I had to. Does RR have a new luxury yacht right now? Wheelchair Gamer is, you saw that the CRJ is $50. Mary Arbitrary has arrived in chat. Have I sold you on every other airplane? Hey, if you've got airplanes in your hangar that you're happy with, you don't need to buy a new airplane. I mean, pizza tastes good. Blackbird released the new C-130 today. Really? There's a C-130? That's right. If there's a pan delivery, I'll go get it. If there's a cute bear on the side, I'll go grab it. It's an alpha release. Oh, the C-130? I don't think I want to do an alpha release. I don't think I want to do that. If I want to fly a C, I think if I want to fly a C-130, I'll go over to DCS World and get a C-130. That's right, the Star Wars livery and the Janet Airlines livery. Those were also airplanes that I bought just because I wanted the livery. So the Panda Bear livery, the Star Wars, and the Janet. Yeah, Tim Dog's absolutely right. Those I did those. That is a good bear, Thalo. I know the price. Hopefully, the price comes down a little bit before they release it. You're gonna buy it anyways because it's a Hercules. 'Cause 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 it's a Do they even have one? Let's see. Says they have a mod. There's a in DCS World. Yeah, we're expecting $77.72. The Super Hercules. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't look like anything good. I'll just wait. I'm happy with the bombers and stuff I have. There is not an official one out. Okay, so we don't want to do anything that's not official. Off-world. Did I have to pay for delivery? No, I did not. Off-world. Hi, Aviation Ryan. No paying for liveries. I don't have a spare 250 mil. So Aviation Ryan, the next flight is if the 777 comes out while we're landing, we're going to Paine Field after we purchase our airplanes and download them and go to San Francisco. If not, we'll get in the CRJ or something like that in Portland or Spokane or Bozeman or something like that and fly to Paine Field so that we can pick up our airplane and maybe give it a shot there. That's the plan at the moment. That's right, you will be sleepy if you hear the name Hercules, especially if you're a Mystery Science Theater 3000 fan. Mary Arbitrary says we could go to Bozeman. They have a brewery out there, Mary Arbitrary, and one of the kinds of beverages that they sell is called the Bozone. Okay. So I think we're going to start our own descent. Oh, I don't want that. And if we do our own descent on the arrival, James the Catcher, welcome aboard. James is our dispatcher this week and came up with some really cool flights today. I think, you know, Tim Dog, considering how long it's been, I almost think there is some value in that. There may be some value in that. In just skipping what they've done so far and just go on to 2020. Oh, Polyot has said they're not going to do it. Okay, so if we go down, we're going down to 3,000 feet. I'm going to go ahead and put in 3,000 feet just because there's no ATC. It's raining. Laxon says it's raining right now in Boda. Not as windy as usual. Hi, Battalion. Do you know why after linking the load won't surpass 90%? So you bought 2024 and you linked it back to your 2020 stuff? I'm not sure I understand. Something about multitasking today. The level of ability to multitask is really not very high. EFHK ATIS Information November. They just updated it again. Okay. Let's do altimeter is 1018. The temperature is 5. The wind is 220 at 5. Transition level is 060. Config 3. Minimums for the ILS runway 22 left are 349 feet. Back to performance, 125 miles to top of descent, and EETT Center. EETT is Tallinn Control. 134325. 134325. Right? 325. Man, even tuning a radio today is a problem. I missed a little bit of chat. I'm sorry. Tallinn Control, hello from Scandinavian 441 at Logina at flight level 370.
So Scandinavian 441, Tallinn Control, radar contact. Cleared Intor 6 Alpha arrival, runway 22 left. Proceed direct, Cannon.
We are now direct to Cannon and cleared for the Intor 6 Alpha arrival for runway 22 left for Scandinavian 441.
Tallinn.
Direct to Cannon.
Tallinn Control, good day. Good evening. Pobeda 225, we're so sorry, flight level 360.
Dobry wieczór, Papa Bravo Delta
Direct
225,
Cannon.
Tallinn Control, radar contact.
Night Wolf, welcome back in, Night Wolf. Thank you for coming by today. Direct Cannon. And performance, and this is good. Let's see. So I missed some stuff there. Let's see. What else can I do? James is going crazy waiting for the 77200. Yeah, Tic Tac, I heard that the very first A380 arrived in Denver yesterday. It was Lufthansa A380. So, how did that go? Next long haul for the stream, James wants to do München to Denver or Denver to München. Lufthansa's flying the A3, so it's Denver to Munich. I wonder how long that is going to last, especially with all of the real world drama in travel and stuff right now. Their Tic Tac says that an Air France A380 landed in Denver, but it diverted there. Oh, it's Frankfurt, not München? Okay. Hat Max, welcome aboard. It is different. Hat Max, I think you're right. And thanks for answering Off-World. But yeah, with so many travel plans up in the air and stuff like that, I'm kind of wondering, you know, if they're going to continue with the A380 this summer with a lot of plans being questioned. You know what? That's exactly what I was thinking, Tim J. I was thinking, you know what? If Lufty is doing a direct flight from Denver, if all of a sudden I won the lottery or something like that, you know, do a round trip flight to München, go to Airbrow, you know, have some food. That would have been cool, but I guess that would have been perfect. But, you know, Frankfurt's good. They probably got some decent brew in Frankfurt as well. Sean Farrell, it's the current crazy politics and everything like that. That there's people canceling travel plans and stuff. They're going to go back to an A359. So right now, Lufthansa is flying an A350 there, but right now it's an A380 for summertime. Well, it would be cool to at least, you know, see the A350. It would be cool to see the A350. The 777-300 is out. Not the 200, and that's only for Flight Sim 2020, right? So that's kind of where we're at. Should we go and try it again? Because we're excited as hell. I want the airplane. Okay. Someday. Tino is back in chat. When is the 300 ER coming? I think there already is a 300 ER, but you have to fly it.
3021, Stalin control.
Yeah, we think in the next 3 hours. We don't know about 2024. Poliot knows end of May, early June. And those are going to be free, but you'll have to pay an upgrade fee for the 737s. No, now that we've got this 777 right now, this 777 from PMDG, the big thing that I'm excited about now is, okay, the TFDI and the iFly Max. And then all would be right with the world. I think when that happens, that's going to be the day that I delete Flight Sim 2020.
Sorry about that.
Hi, Groot. Welcome aboard. Energizer, welcome in. They usually post pictures on their Facebook leading up to the release. I'm not on Facebook, so. There is a FNO coming up in May that Murray Arbitrary wants us to learn, to know about. So, Mary Arbitrary says there's a cool FNO. Man, typing is like crappy. Okay, I just did that. I just did one. My typing is terrible. It's a good thing I don't have like an important letter to write today. You know. Okay, so there we go. Thanks, Mary. There is an FNO. It's called the Rivers and Ranges FNO, Friday Night Ops. And
subscriber confirmed.
It's going to be 5:30.
Clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty
Are
noted.
you controlling in that one, Mary Arbitrary? Samco just did a nice resub. Hey, Samco, thank you for 15 months. Thank you for a 15-month and a really, really nice resub. I appreciate the support. Thank you for some great jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. Really appreciate that. Thank you. James is doing Dallas Fort Worth to Colorado Springs. Oh, I saw, I decided to hit the I didn't know, maybe I shouldn't have done that, Polyat. I was too fast. I was trying to be proactive. Trying to act like I'm in control of something today. I don't know what it is. I think I know exactly what it is. I think that pollen is starting to come out. I think that it's pollen. We're going to do something like Bozeman to Paine Field, if that's next. First mistake is listening to Dave. Yes, you should not. The next command is not, You always control the coffee. Maybe that's a part of it too. So usually, I've got a little reusable plastic little Keurig cup that I put like Folgers in. I know I'm cheap, but I have that, and I do that twice a day in the wintertime. I'm trying to do it only once a day in the summer. Once a day in the summer. And so I'm essentially existing on half the amount of coffee that I do. So maybe that's a part of it too. Joy Chu has arrived at EHAM. Did they meet you at the airport with EHAM sandwiches? They just posted on their page their site for the 772. Landy, you mean they posted on... Do you mean they posted on Facebook? Landy, is it their Facebook page? Because that is usually they post it there. They usually post... Oh, they posted it here. Okay. Okay, so there it is over there, and it's still not available yet. Okay. No Facebook on this release. And we're 20 miles to top of, 40 miles from top of descent. They just added that within the last minute or so. So TikTok thinks 28 minutes. So TikTok and Polyot are saying 2100 Zulu. Tim J will have the EHAM sandwich, but hold the mail.
Leaving controlled airspace, monitor 122.8, show dobro.
Okay, I think that that's probably good too. Polyad has been saying 2100 Zulu all day. That's right, somebody should send cookies to Polyad Sim Cockpit.
225, leaving controlled airspace, monitor 122.8, show dobro.
122.8, Babetta 225, good day.
Okay, so 2100 Zulu. Have you got your PMDG Op Center updated? I would definitely try right now. Start Op Center, make sure it's updated. Do you have your, your wallet all ready to go? Have you got that all ready to go so that you can, make your purchase? Something along those lines. And do you have beverages ready to go too? Op Center, yes, you need the new Op Center for sure. Heavy weather, so we've got 3 people all saying 2100 Zulu. Hang on, I don't know what I'm doing. No, it isn't that. It's exclamation point. No, that's not it either. Really? None of those are working today. None of my stuff is working. I was just going to do a funny poll about when you think it's going to release, but apparently typing is not my strong suit either. Seriously, what's going on here? No pattern in PM3, but they seem to like their patterns in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm taking Virgin America A300 on the next flight to San Francisco.
Calling control, good evening, Swiss 2 Charlie, passing flight level 1.
Well, none of them are working. I can't do any of them.
Charlie, calling control, radar contact.
I thought it was, oh, there we go. There we go. All right.
441, descent to flight level 120.
flight level 120 now for Scandinavian 441. Okay, you did one. Thank you. Yes.
Subscriber confirmed.
Okay,
Top clearance granted, Agent.
thank you.
Loyalty noted.
Rob the Swedish chef. I've been off for a few days and my brain is in Monday mode. CYYZ Tom just did a really nice resub. Hey, CYYZ Tom. Thank you for being here for 6 months. Thanks for some great jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here at SpyHQ. Thank you for helping me to keep it all going. Thank you so much. Remember to log into the PMDG website. One less thing to do. So maybe let's go ahead and get ready to do PMDG and log in. Let's see. What am I looking for? My cart. Actually, PMDG 777. No, that's not it. Remember to log in. Is it down here? PMDG customer sign in. There we go. It's at the bottom. Okay, log in. Okay, all logged in here. So now that we're logged in, we'll just be ready to go there.
Nordic 820 from the Helsinki 119.
That's right, it's at the bottom. The most logical place for a log. Yeah, thank you. It's not just me. Okay, the poll is still active, I think. And it looks like there's a tie between when hell freezes over and 2100 Zulu. Heavy weather is all ready to go with PayPal.
Intel secured.
Lexon just
Every
did some
bit
cheers.
helps.
Lexon, thank
Thanks,
you for
Agent.
some cheers. Thank you for being so cheerful and helping me to keep the lights on. Flash Duck is in. Hi, Flash Duck. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by today.
Swiss 2 Charlie, resume navigation, direct PMAX.
Okay, so
Resuming
far
on
so
navigation,
good.
direct PMAX for Swiss
Thank
2
you for
Charlie.
being cheerful, Lexon. Do you not have the Phoenix announcements installed in the plane? No. I ended up having to rebuild everything.
Scandinavian 441 for spacing, turn right heading 060.
Right turn now, 060 for Scandinavian 441. I seem to be handling ATC comms okay, but communicating in other ways is a problem. No, I don't. After I left the beta, I had to reinstall practically everything in Flight Sim 2024, including the airplanes. And so all of those announcements are gone. I have to get them again. Chris says that there's been some interesting announcements on Discord for the Phoenix. Really? No kidding. $25,000 feet, speed brakes. It's Arch NDA. Hi, Arch. Welcome, welcome to our 777 We're Waiting party.
441, proceed direct Canon.
Scandinavian 441 is direct Canon.
Charlie,
Direct
climb to flight level 380.
Canon
Climb flight level 380, Swiss
and
2 Charlie.
insert. And back to Canon. Joke 900 is here. I get the welcome to hell part, but they should do welcome to hell with ENVA as a destination. I think it's probably just because more people want to go to Helsinki because it's a bigger airport or something like that. There is a discontinuity in there. I think that this is one of those vectors approaches. Okay, the poll is in and everybody thinks the 777 ER is going to be released when hell freezes over. So, yeah, 2100 Zulu is number 2. And nobody thinks they're going to wait until 2359 Zulu. If they waited till 2359, there'd be serious trouble here. Massive amounts of trouble. Okay, I think that's good. Hello, O-Dreams. Welcome aboard. So the reason I didn't close the route discontinuity is we've got one of these little vectors things here at Kennan, which we're direct to. And then we have the ILS, which is over here. And you notice there's no Kennan. And I was watching one of the real world pilots doing a YouTube. This is a long time ago, I think. Well, a year or so ago. I don't know. Anyway, and basically they said when you've got an arrival like that, you really ought to just leave your discontinuity in there. They're there for a reason, and that's the reason why. That way we don't automatically go direct to BiFix until they tell us to go to BiFix. Otherwise, the airplane's going to do that. And so that's I think the reason for not closing that discontinuity. Rob says more coffee. I know, I'm suffering, obviously. Hi, November 321. Welcome aboard. Yeah, so if you're coming in on a star and the last waypoint of your star is just a straight line vectors or something like that, leave the route discontinuity so it doesn't make a turn until you're ready to, at least in an Airbus. I would assume it's the same thing over in a Boeing too. Fidelicor, buongiorno. Welcome on in. Becky H. Davis is here saying hello to Polyat. Take the space out between the at and the Polyat and it'll work, Becky. I know space is supposed to be the final frontier, but in Twitch, it gets in the way. I've actually had to learn that the hard way because I spaced that out.
Helsinki radar 119.1.
119.1 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Same for you. Bye-bye.
119.1. There we go. Old Lenny is back in chat. Hi, Old Lenny. Welcome aboard. And EFHK. I always like to go and hit refresh. Helsinki radar, good evening from Scandinavian 441. Information, Oscar is aboard.
Good evening, Scandinavian 441, radar contact. 22 left, descend flight level 80.
22 left, descend to flight level 80 for Scandinavian 441. XLT says they're not going to release PMDG until you fold and hang all your clothes up after washing them. One thing that Tim Dog likes about the 7 in transition, it always adds a manual vector. Okay, I think we're relatively good. Seriously, who slipped decaffeinated coffee in my coffee this morning? Brain power is just completely gone. Okay, nothing to worry about here. So right now, it doesn't look like it's available. Let's wait and see what happens when we land. But the plan is either Bozeman to Paine Field in the airplane of your choice, or we'll download our 777s and depart from Paine Field for San Francisco. Fredopia, welcome aboard, is doing a descent into Dubai. 7-hour flight tonight. And AvGeek Fozzie is back too on YouTube. Welcome in. Good to see you. Not bad. Thanks, mate. I don't. Oh, thanks. I get it. I get it. Wouldn't it be Boeing Field? We talked about that, and everybody earlier today said no. If you're going to get it, they may bring it in and do things at Boeing Field, but when it's time for you to go pick up your brand new airplane, you're going to pick it up at Paine.
Nordic 820 after Canon, direct B6.
Direct B6 after Canon, Nordic 820.
Okay. Oh, yes, I know. The one here has a train station with freight handling. Freight in Norwegian is God's expedition. How long until landing? Not too long there, dogs.
I will be closing in 15 minutes.
Probably in the next 15 minutes, I'm guessing. We need to stretch this out about 15 minutes. And transition is 60, and we're going down to 8,000 feet. And we should do landing lights, nose light, cabin call. Well, it's probably one of the few good reasons that I could come up with to do a go-around. AvGeek Fozzie, we're in an A320. We're hoping to be in a 777 soon, maybe a CRJ next. I haven't been to McDonald's in so long. Did I say 777? Sorry. Oh, man.
Descend 3000 via arrival into the Alpha and report advising back.
Oh, because this controller's been on for a while and I don't want to waste their time. Plus, it might be fun to take the CRJ in to Paine. That might be a fun flight today. It's a route we don't usually do.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey there, Amagarosa just did a nice resub for 18 months. Thanks, Amagarosa. Thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. McDonald's, I haven't been there in so long. Well, that's probably one of the closest delivery flights that we can do. We could also take it out to Denver from Paine if we wanted to, but Denver or Salt Lake might be a little longer. I don't know. We could do that. It's kind of a tradition.
Helsinki approach. Hyvää iltaa. Red Nose 2528 with you.
Let's turn that down just a touch.
1504100.
Dogs, if you want to go all the way to Phoenix, you can. I think that's a really long flight.
Cleared Duluth at 5 Alpha. Arrival runway 22 left down to flight level 70.
Yeah, we're awake now.
Red Nose
I'd say we're awake.
2528.
XLT, that's another thing we could do is after we get to San Francisco, we could go out to Denver. There is a VATSIM event, Chicago to Toronto, and we could go to Thursdays in Toronto. It does bring us a little bit of luck. San Francisco to Denver is 3 hours. I think it's about 2 hours down to... Oh, I'm going to stop. Alaska does it with an E-175. I know, dogs, that would be a cool flight. 1018 on the altimeter, descend 3,000 feet, Scandinavian 441. 1018. And for Agent Bravo 7, 1018 on the backup altimeter. We need a better E-jet. We do, especially since E-jets are all over the place right now. We absolutely need a better E-jet. So you see right here, here's BIFEX, the beginning of the approach to the runway, and there's our last waypoint. And this is our heading going out. So this is why I didn't clear that route discontinuity. So after we go to Keenan, we do a heading of 037. So it's all set up and perfect. And that's why I didn't close the route discontinuity, because otherwise it would just automatically turn to BFX, and that's not going to be great. We need to do what it says until.
441, after Canon, fly B6, clear approach, runway 22 left.
After Canon, we are direct BFX and cleared for the ILS approach, runway 22 left for Scandinavian 441. Now we just got told to do that. So flight plan. And let's see, we're going to delete manual, and we're going to delete the discontinuity and insert that. And now it squares it up like they told us to. So now we're good to go to do that. Got a 220. Errors on the PMDG page. Oh, really? Gilly, thank you so much. Welcome on in. Maybe they're updating it. They've updated it to 30.175. I'm going to go and just start it and see. Yep, it is. So go ahead and start your PMDG op center
Down to
again.
5,000 feet, KNH 1018.
You need to restart that and get that upgrade. So install that. Yeah, that's like 2 at least today for me. Good evening, Tom Seck. Guten Abend. I hope it's a beautiful evening in Germany tonight. Okay, we're good to go there. Jades is back in chat. In Cairo on Friday. Cross the pond for $2 and the next day Saturday. Oh, for S2, not $2. Man, today I'm just not, my brain is not connected to my eyes. Flaps 2. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are set. It's good that I can actually fly the freaking airplane because I can't do much of anything else. Okay, once we get to the airport, so we're coming in on 22 left. And that's going to be, is it 22 left or 2? Oh, we're coming in on 22 right. So it's going to probably be this taxiway over here. Okay, all set. All right, I think we're all good. There we go. We're coming in on the left side. The SIM update also got out. Gilly says it's out. Really?
Kukka, BFX cleared the ILS runway 22 left. We're descending on the 3000.
Misclick, no problem. We're all excited. Arm the approach. The beta update is out. We are on the left side. I thought we were on the right side. We're on the left side. So, Zulu Juliet to get us to the gates here. Okay, so far so good. I'm on a 9-mile final. I'm going to do my landing gear a little soon. It's a controller practical. Jade says it's a controller practical test in Cairo. Excuse me, in Cairo. Okay. Okay, everything's good to go there. Hi, Rick. Welcome. And I usually do 180 until 5-mile final unless they tell me to do something else. Irby is doing birthday celebrations. Irby, hey, thank you for telling us it's your birthday so we get to celebrate along too. It's always fun to do that. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Irby. Thank you for being here. Thanks for sharing a little. And managed for landing. Polyat says it's out. Go, go, go. I'm on final. I don't have time. I have to concentrate. Serious sim pilot flying stuff here. Flaps are 3. ECAM checklist is green.
Norfolk 820, welcome to Helsinki. Taxi to stand Whiskey 3.
A beautiful night tonight in Helsinki. Just a couple of high clouds. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Remain 441, wind 22, survey 36 knots, clear to land runway 22 left. All exits well forward.
22 left, clear to land. Scandinavian 441. Your card was declined for $2 million. Sorry. Man. Oh, it's 250 million. Okay, so it'd been like if it was 2.5 million, that would have been no problem. But the 250 million, yeah, my guess is that card's going to be declined. Yes, I'm letting the autopilot do the work. I'm actually a little afraid to go and do this. Okay, concentration now.
Helsinki approach, red nose 2528 established, ILS runway 22 left.
Right now, so far, so left.
20, retard, retard.
Skyline 441, welcome to Helsinki. Vacate next, left via Zulu Golf. Taxi to stand Whiskey 36 Alpha via Victor Golf and Alpha Victor.
Whiskey 36 via Victor Golf and Victor for Scandinavian 441. Negative.
Whiskey 36, Victor Golf, and Victor. God, I'm amazed. Okay, Victor Golf, Whiskey 36. Whiskey 36. Okay, I need a ground chart. That's what I forgot.
Just to confirm, then left on Zulu, right 6 Golf, then Whiskey 36 Alpha.
Left on Zulu Golf, and then you said it was a right turn after that for Scandinavian 441?
If you left, sorry, straight now on Zulu, then right on Victor Golf, right again Alpha Victor, stand Whiskey 36 Alpha.
Whiskey 36 Alpha for Scandinavian 441, thanks. I think I missed my turn here. This was supposed to be my right turn here. This was supposed to be my right turn on Zulu. And we're going to Whiskey 36. I see Whiskey 36. Boy, it'd be really nice if this map would work right now. Of course it isn't. I was going the right way before, my monster? Really? I think I'm getting all... I'm parking right by... You're at 36 Bravo. Luku, thank you. I think I'm all of a sudden getting really, really bad frame rates. I'm getting... It's like... I got nasty frame rates here. Helsinki approach from Scandinavian 441. I think we just got hit by the frame rate monster here. We're disconnecting now. Thanks for the nice ATC and have a great week.
Thank you, good evening.
And watch out for all sorts of... Yeah, okay, something's weird. Watch out for a bunch of 777s. Okay, are you not going to work for me? Yeah, there we go. I had a huge stream stutter here. Something was very big. Yeah, did they... Yeah, that's probably the stream stutters because they updated the price. Oh, I wonder if Microsoft sent some sort of a... No, I think I turned those off for now. And there is... Oh, look at that. Whiskey 36 right there. I'll bet that's what happened. Well, aside from the fact that I'm blinding the ground crew with all of my lights, Flaps 3 landings are really kind of a nice thing to do with the smaller buses and stuff. They really can be good. Okay, all of this looks good. And let's see. I'll bet Microsoft did something. Nope, they didn't. Usually when I have big frame rate burps and stuff like that, that's usually Microsoft saying, hey, let's do an update right in the middle of the live stream. I bet I did float a little bit and maybe even bounce the arrival here. Let's see here. Oh my gosh, look at that. I didn't bounce. And can you say right in the middle of the target? I mean, that's where I was supposed to land with a minus 444. Okay, not the nicest of landing rates, but wow, right where I was supposed to be. I mean, right where I was supposed to be. That was really good. That was really good. Strobes and landing. Yeah, the ground crew hates me really bad right now. Okay, APU is up and running. Let's see. We can go and shut down. Shut down. If you got the 777, would we all be downloading it by now? I don't think it's there. Hi, Vinyl Rabbit. Welcome aboard. And deboard the plane. And Phoenix. And go to ground services. Request the jetway. Open up the cargo. Good afternoon, Wig Bill. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. And I thought I turned off my bacon. Okay. I know we're all ready for it right now. There was also an update for PMDG's operations center. So grab that. And I think we kind of made it here. Nice airplane. I really do like these. Very nice. Okay, so something really caused some hesitations and stuff. Let's see what's going on at PMDG Land, the new theme park from Disney. Do you prefer the Phoenix over the fly-by-wire? Yeah, there's an awful lot more in the Phoenix. Have Geek Fozzie. It is. There's an awful lot more in there. Okay, so let's see. While we're waiting for this to recycle, let's see what PMDG's got for us. So we're all logged in. PMDG. Shop. Microsoft. Oh, look at this. It says 20 and 24 now. The products are... Sorry, there are no pages. No pages. Chris now has an overdraft. So that's there, but... This is the PMDG freighter. That's not it. So that's kind of interesting. All products. Let's see if there's anything there. On sale, the DC-6 737s. So nothing really yet. Nothing really yet. So we could sit here and just chill for a little bit. Or, hi Hydrospace, welcome aboard. Yeah, let's go ahead and work on our next flight. I was going to do a CRJ flight, and we were talking about, I think we had talked about several airports. I said Bozeman, and somebody in chat said, yay, Bozone. So let's go over there. So let's go and do that. Take your favorite airplane or least favorite, whatever. I'm going to CRJ this one. I say plan the flight with the 777 slowly, have a chat, get a drink, and if it's not out, do the CRJ. No, dogs, we're waiting for the 777. So right now, we're going to go and fly a commuter flight in there. I do have OC3. So, KBZN, KPAE, Paine Field, right? And let's come on down here. And if it turns out that while we're doing all this load up and stuff, all of a sudden, it's time to go and get the PMDG, we'll just stop. Yeah, the problem with beer runs, and I kind of miss those, I really do, but the problem with the beer runs is we can't, because we can't mix multiplayers and stuff, that's kind of the hard part about that. Okay, 15 minutes and generate the flight. Okay, this is looking good. Let's see. Do I have a PMDG? PMDG. A PFD open. I don't. Current plan. Let's go ahead and do it on VATSIM because it's really the only way that we can fly together. All to F4. Is that also the one that does the... What's the one over... Oh, come on. Is that also the one that ejects you from your... It's a one... Okay, let's just file and do it. Okay. Okay, let's see. So now I need to change this. This is going to be a CRJ5. This is going to be KBCN, KPAE. All right, let's see if this works now. And let's come over here and do this. Hey, that worked right on. Okay. I don't know what you did to fix it or how I broke it, but thank you. Now then, I also need to put my flight plan in. And let's see if this works now. Okay, there we go. Nope, we want this page. And that go there. Metacrit, hello, did Helsinki go well? Yeah, I had a big bad scenery burp or something like that at the end. I don't know. Something was really weird. Okay, I got those things updated. Now let's head on over to the Bow Zone. Oh my gosh, look at all the ATC across the Atlantic. Shocked to see that. Okay, here we go. Here's our flight to Paine. And again, if all of a sudden it shows up, we'll just go and blow out and spend money we shouldn't. It's now back to unavailable. Really? Is it painful at Paine? Yes, you only... Yeah. Yes, you're supposed to wear black leather and stuff to Paine. Oh, my sense of humor. I don't know what it was in life that made it so insanely twisted, but yes. Hi, Mikey. Welcome aboard. I'm not, I don't know, something's happened. Something has short-circuited for sure. Let's go get our CRJ. My personal prediction is it's going to blow up.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay
it's
sharp.
going to blow up as we're crossing over the Cascades. Shuts 104. Did I say that right? Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Come on in. We're going to take a CRJ commuter flight over to pick up our new 777. I know. Yeah, that was really... Okay. KBCN. Bozeman. I do remember I went there. There was this one little place that we went over with the people I used to work with. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, here's where the gates are. That's right. Okay, anybody here? The dentist in your neighborhood is named Dr. Paine. Really? Astro Singularity, you've got a dentist named Dr. Paine? I'm sorry if I howl with laughter on that one. That's right. The F release, that's, I remember, we exited out. It says, oh, good, let's go get it now, right? Vinyl Rabbit has Dr. Poindexter. There was, in Corpus Christi, Texas, there was an accounting firm called Hurt and Profit. I'd always hoped that, I always thought they should have been a law firm, but they didn't. Hi, Qantas Sim Pilot. That would have been a little hilarious. Okay. Let's see if VATSIM will let us back on. Did I get the wind wing? That was actually on my list. I was thinking, I was waiting until this one came out because I felt like this was the one I was going to fly the most, but it was a CRJ-7. But I didn't get that yet, and now it's ridiculous. Sunjammer watched the Fortnite video for tomorrow's Star Wars release. Okay, we're on VATSIM. It's got Darth Jar Jar. Darth Jar Jar? Really? Darth Jar Jar. No kidding. Chocks. Ground power. Doors. Drop the stairway. Request the jetway. And we got a jetway coming. Darth Jar Jar, really? That's just too hilarious to me. Jar Jar became a Sith Lord in the game? That is a little bit of a crack up, right? I know I'm not cracking up as I should, but it's a bit of a crack up for me. Then again, old Jar Jar really was, I mean, he... the fan theory is that he was a Sith Lord because Jar Jar was the one who basically, you know, proposed the end of the Senate, right? So that I just heard that theory now. It makes sense. So there we go. Okay, flight plan. Import. He always screwed things up and caused that vote. That vote was the most important thing, right? Okay, load it up. Here come the passengers. Battery master. He had Sith power. He was just unlucky. Airplane comes to life. And windshield heaters. That is actually a really good theory. I mean, talk about the perfect cover for being a Sith Lord too, because it was so freaking annoying. I mean, who would have ever suspected? Okay. All right, we are at KBCN. Bozeman, the home of Montana State University. KBZN. Wildcats, if you care. Airport and parking spots. I'm at gate, I think I'm at Alpha 4. Yeah, we're already at the end. This is Alpha 4. Okay. So let's see if it knows Alpha 4. Probably not here in Bozeman. It's a little too small. Nope, doesn't know Alpha 4. No problem. Let's just take the GPS position, pop that in there. And start those. Hopefully this time they get the price right. Can you do a poll if the 777 will be released before takeoff? Jar Jar ended up as a street performer in Naboo, disliked by many adults but loved by the children for his funny antics. Operator Pusky, you've delivered lumber products to Bozeman? Really? So you've been here before. Have you been to the really cool, they turned the train station into a brew pub and a burger bar, and they had really good burgers there. I thought they were really good. Okay, we're gonna do okay, KBZN. KBZN. I saw somebody say to do a poll. I don't know if I want to try and do a poll. I barely got one. Actually, I never got it out. Polyot had to fix it, so I really broke that today. KPAE. KPAE. Paine. Our alternate is KPDX. KPDX. We just got some ATC. Let's see. Perfect cover-up. I think so too. You went to the place near Lowe's where you delivered that. This one would have been downtown. Okay, let's plug this in before we go and do stuff. MSO is Missoula. And then GSO, GEG. Oh, Spokane, right? Yeah, Spokane. And that's it. That's our flight plan. That's simple. Okay. Let's come over here. Well, they don't have an ATIS up yet, so I want to wait until we get an ATIS before we dial in. 135.425. No, 121.8. Okay, there's that. That's up. APU is up, and everything else looks good. Let's come on over here. Alright, now, do we have any SIDS going out? We've got several. The Big Sky departure. Big Sky takes us over to Whitehall. The Bobcat arrival, that's taking us east. The Bozeman 6, that's over by Bridger. The Meadow departure, that takes us to Whitehall 2. And then there's the Whitehall 5 departure. Chances are we're going to probably depart. SimBrief said what? Runway 12? So if SimBrief said 12, yeah, it's probably going to be the Big Sky departure to Whitehall. Is what we'll get. So my guess is it's going to be this one. Let's stick a pin in that. Coming on back, we're doing KPAE. KPAE. You bought the Bozeman scenery? Oh no. Don't. You know what, dogs? You're not the only one that's done that. I've done that so many times. I'm not kidding. KPDX is our alternate. KPDX. Alright, Paine. Airport. And this thing has kind of a problem. There we go. So our arrival into Paine, we're coming in via Spokane. What do we have? The Devon, Chins, and Olympia. Is it back to page not found? So this one takes us from Frisbee. I don't think that one. Chins, I think that one might take us in from... No, that's got Pendleton. And the Olympia is from the south, right? Yeah, Olympia is from the south. So if we're going to do anything, it's going to be the Devon arrival. But I don't think that might happen. At approaches, SimBrief says 34 left. So there's an RNAV to 34 left from the south. And then the airport itself is big. And 34 left is over here. And there's the Boeing ramp. Yeah, this is a freeware, I think. This is a freeware for Bozeman. Okay, all that looks good. Looks like I'm like the only one here. This is a super popular flight. Okay, APU is good. Passengers are loading. Let's also, because it's kind of a pain, 607. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm counting clicks, and that should be 600 feet for a landing altitude. 580, I missed one. So now we should be at 600 feet. That is 607. They go in increments of 20, so that's as close as we're going to get there. Okay, let's see if they've got an ATIS up yet. I don't see an ATIS, so we'll just say we got the latest weather. $121.8. What did we decide? We're at 4. I think we're at 4. Oh, I didn't get any of this stuff. The charts here are a little annoying. And they don't switch very well. Maybe you have to be out of that chart to go back over to Bozeman. There we go. There's Bozeman. We are at gate Alpha 4. Alpha 4. Okay. Do you have to call Boeing Tower before taxiing? Probably. If there's ATC there, you do. All right. Hello there, Bozeman Ground. United 441's a CRJ with you here at gate Alpha 4. We do have the latest weather aboard. Requesting clearance over to Paine Field. $121.8. 121.8. Hello there, Bozeman Ground. United 441's a CRJ at gate Alpha 4. We do have the latest weather aboard. Requesting clearance to Paine Field.
And United 441, got you at my clearance. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
United 441, standing by, ready to copy clearance.
And United 441, cleared to Paine Field via the Big Sky 2 departure. Radar vector is Missoula. Then it's filed. On departure, fly runway heading, maintain 16,000. Expect 400 and 10. Departures offline, squawk 0576.
United 441, we are cleared to Paine Field via the Big Sky 2 departure. Radar vectors to Missoula, then is filed. Climb and maintain 16,000, expect 40,000 feet 10 minutes after departure. Departure's offline, squawking is 0576 for United 441.
United 441, read back correct. Expect runway 30 for departure. Pushes out your end discussion. Coming for taxi.
Now expecting runway 30 for departure. We'll call for taxi. United 441. Okay, so we're going to go off of 30, and it's going to be the Big Sky departure. So Big Sky 2. So out here to Big Sky and Whitehall, and that looks good. Okay, I think we're ready to go.
Do you need a checklist?
Destination in the banner is not updated. That's because I need to turn on Volanta. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's put in the departure and the arrival. So now we're expecting runway 30. This is why I really do like to just wait until it's going to be the Bozeman. No, it's the Big Sky departure, not Bozeman.
Loyalty noted.
I've got Big Sky, Big Sky 2, off of runway, oh, that's runway 12. Did say Big Sky, and that's the wrong runway. You can't do the Big Sky departure. Bobcat is runway 12. The Bozeman departure is for runway 2, and that's down to Bridger.
Reinforcements
and this
incoming.
One's runway 30. That'll take us out to
flight.
Whitehall. So it could be the Meadow 2 is what we need. We may need that one instead. Let's listen in. Hey, Contolab is back in chat. Alt Gopher, welcome. Bowen to you, and thank you for coming in. Fighty just raided the channel. Hi, Fighty. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Booty just arrived. Wash Rank, welcome to you too. Go Sammy. Hi, welcome aboard. Okay, I don't think we can do both off a runway 30. Sir Moff, welcome to you. Aviation Ryan, welcome, welcome. Bozeman Ground, hello again from United 441.
United 441, go ahead.
United 441, if we're going to be using runway 30, I don't think we can do the Big Sky departure. How about the Meadow departure?
That should be fine for you, United 441. You can take the Meadow departure.
Meadow departure, United 441, thanks. Okay, there we go, and we're going to come out via Whitehall. And that should be good, and that'll take us over to the Missoula area. All right, let's go grab this. So, Meadow departure. Okay, that looks great.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Heart
sharp.
Bursting just did a follow. Welcome aboard. DC did a resub. DC's been here for 17 months. Hey, DC, thanks for the resub. It was a few minutes ago. Thank you for being here.
And Allegiant 820, could you take the Big Sky 2 departure out of runway 30?
Okay, arrival. We loaded
Allegiant 820.
the Devon arrival. So we loaded Devon. Yeah, we loaded Devon to the RNAV for 3-4 left. Devon, and the RNAV is 3-4 left. And we're going to do that via Frisbee. And then over here, that's going to put us at Royo, I think. Rayo. Is Rayo an option?
And United 441, I got a memo here reading when you're ready, copy.
Oh, God. United 441, standing by, ready to copy an amendment.
And United 441, cleared to Paine Field by the Meadow 2 departure. Radar vectors Missoula, Venice files on departure. Fly runner heading.
Now cleared on the Meadow to departure. Radar vectors to Missoula. On departure, it's runway heading. All else is the same for United 441.
United 441, read back correct.
It says 205. I don't believe it's nearly that long. Royo Zirin. Do you put me out here? Does it? It does put me out there. What options do I have? Vectors? I think it's going to be vectors. We don't want to do any of the others. Okay, so all that looks good. Let's do flight plan and performance. Cruise altitude, 40,000 feet. That's a long one, but okay. If we go to Portland, it's 2,900 feet. And then come over here. Go to performance, data, and bugs for takeoff. Let's see. How long is the flight? Polyot is in Germany. It's late. And I think I'm relatively caught up. Let's go to the aircraft and close doors. And let's toggle the jetway. Get rid of that. We did get a squawk code, didn't we? We're squawking 0576. 0576. That looks good. Back over to performance. And those numbers look correct. VNAV setup. No, performance in it. Page 2. You got to do the page 2 on these. Technically, we're using the general Unicom frequency. Thanks for explaining that, Tim Dog. I know, nothing yet. That's why we're still trying to hack our way through a CRJ flight. 340 at 38. 340 at 38 is average winds. ISA deviation is -3 degrees. Execute that. It is 2138, 2150 is when we think we're blasting off. Execute that. No changes to VNAV. Over on performance, we're going to get a flex temperature so we can save some fuel. And flex is 35 degrees. 35 degrees. MFD menu. That's weird. There it is. VNAV. Okay, cool. Almost ready to get out of here. I say we leave. Aircraft, close the door. APU is available. Disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. And we're going to close the main door. Close, close, closed. Hey, there's an Allegiant pushing back behind us. Hi, DMK. Welcome aboard. Yeah, they still have 2 hours for the release today. So, unless there's something that's wrong and they've determined that, oh my gosh, we've got a problem with the airplane, at which point, you know, if they're going to take an extra day, that's fine. I've got no problem with them doing that. Lucidity just did a resub.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey, DMK, thank you for a really nice resub today. Lucidity has been here for 27 months. Thanks for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. They would have put the other 777s back on sale. Oh, okay. I've no concerns. Either way, we're going to fly. There's going to be some incredibly bad jokes. Closed, 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 removed, and chocks. Proud Eagle is back in chat. Slarty Bart. Hey, Slarty Bart. It is indeed almost Friday. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming by today. Uh-oh, did you see that? I see pizza and pineapple.
Runway 30 via Tango 1 Alpha and Alpha 1.
Okay, everything's good. Let's get the rest of our hydraulics on. Seatbelts are on. Beacon is going to go on. And we'll get Pushback Helper to do its thing. Connect the tug. Mount Man, they updated the website now to show a selection of 2020 and another for 2024. Really? Permax, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today. We're just counting down, waiting for our big, our really big airplane to show up. Parking brakes off and reverse. And let's go ahead and do a nice gentle right turn. Hey, Captain Whip. This is the CRJ 700, but I've got, it's the 550 configuration. So it's the 550. Starting engine number 1. Uh-oh, what did I forget? Oh, no, you've got to hold it down on this one now. You have to hold it down. Swedish, every time I start using GSX, there's some sort of ridiculous drama. I get some drama or something like that. I don't know what. So, in fact, I'm almost ready to go and delete it again. Okay. You have to hold the button down. You don't just click it anymore. Click and hold until the light turns on. Then it's ready to go. Now we've got N2 going up. So that's good. And we're looking for 20%. And there's 20%. Altimeter here is 3017. Gotta hit the button there. 3017. Let's be good pilots and do our backup altimeter. 3017. We're initially cleared to 16,000 feet. There we go. That looks good. And we got a good start on engine 1. Let's start engine number 2. Hold it down. There we go. Since you were a full-time user, there have been lots of modifications to GSX in the process. So I think maybe I'm attuned to the old GSX process, and it's time for me to get a little more modern, huh? You know what, Russ? That's very probably true. I probably should go to the University of YouTube and watch the latest stuff. I should just go and check that out. That's probably a very good point, Russ. Okay, all that looks good.
Traffic Legion 820 departing runway 30.
Heading is going to be 303 on departure. 303. And ATC is gone. ATC's gone. They were here and they're gone. Okay. They probably didn't like the jokes. Yaw dampers. Stabilizer trim. Mock trim. All good to go. Yeah, that little thing I've also noticed, Polyat, that unpronounceable little engine that they have, that thing, That thing's, I've noticed, it's like taking control, you know, and putting Microsoft Flight Simulator not in the background, but it becomes the active window a lot. So the only way for me to get rid of that is to turn that off. Okay, we needed to come over here and get performance and go back to the main page, and trim for takeoff is 7.2. So 7.2. There we go. Flaps are going to be 8. Flaps are 8. I think it's time to go. We've done our push. Nose light. Everything else is good. Cabin call. And we're done with the APU. Let's get the packs on, the air conditioning on, the probe heaters on, and out we go. Nose wheel steering is armed. Parking brake is off. Toe brakes are on. It's taxi time. Our taxiway's over here. That's been the cause of the issues for 15 years. They blame every other person, all the other software, including Jesus, Santa, and the Easter Bunny, but never that particular application. Even the Easter Bunny. Anybody over here? Nope. Nobody over there. Yeah, looks like ATC called it a day. Especially the Easter Bunny. Probably because of the increased price of eggs. Although that could lead to an existential conversation. Didn't think I was going to shell out an egg joke with that, did ya? Okay, everything looks good to go here. Yep, everything's groovy there. Everything's good here. We're ready to go. And in fact, takeoff config is okay. We're in good shape. Russ's flight sim to crew FO runs my GSX in the Phoenix. Man, I can't actually get my head around having help in the cockpit like that, Russ. The price of chocolate is high too. I have been leaving bunny poop in the kids' Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh, that's hilarious. I mean, yes, as usual, my sense of humor is so inappropriate. Okay, runway 30. So runway 30 is out to Meadow, and then over to Whitehall, and then over to Missoula, right? What's this? It should be Meadow, Wasatch, and Whitehall. Yep, it is. And then Missoula. We're good. Umberto lowered the LOD on the ground vehicles so they look terrible from a relatively short distance because it was easier than him optimizing his application. And then he blamed everybody for complaining. Oh my God. Hi, George. Welcome aboard. Russ says that FS to crew is a blessing. It balances out the workload on the flight deck similar to the captain and the first officer in the real flight. It gives me more true experience of making a flight and not doing every bit of the work from point A to point B. I don't know if I could handle that, Russ. I mean, it's sort of like, I guess that has all this flying alone for years and years, Russ, has turned me into a control freak. Yep, that's right. You just sit there. Don't touch any of the buttons. Vinyl Rabbit has a 3D Copilot. Is it shaped like Otto from the movie Airplane? Does it have an emergency refill tube that you blow into? Oh. Okay, everything looks good. Too much coffee. Actually, not enough. The first officer in my cockpit is only allowed to bring more beer and pizza with pineapple. This was an interesting. There's a little hold short for runway hold short there. Sleepy Tyranator, welcome back in chat. Good to see you. I think we're almost ready to go. CTAF is 118.2. 118.200. Bozeman traffic, there is United CRJ approaching runway 30. We are taxiing onto the runway and departing on the Meadow departure. Bozeman. Yeah, I think I'm trying to cut the coffee basically in half for summertime because I don't really need a warm drink in the cockpit for the whole flight. Sleepy Tyranator is going to take the A380 across the Pacific. Polyot wants to know if Russ likes FS to crew. Okay, nobody came back and said anything, so strobes. Tim Dog tried it. You would have an occasional issue with it. Sorry about that, Final Rabbit. Thank you for trying to help. Hey Blue Rat, welcome aboard. Excitedly awaiting the arrival of a brand new 777 for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I think we're ready to go. I'm going to arm nav. I think we're ready. And Flex is armed. Clock is running. It's flying time. Paine, here we come. Somebody needs to call the office in Vegas and let them know we're flying into Paine to pick up our 777. V1 and rotate. Positive climb, gear. Up and away. So long, Bozeman. There's 210. Continue the climb. Not a bad departure here. Nav, speed, AP. Flaps. 210. That's right, you can't preset that on this airplane. It's going to take whatever your speed is at and go there. And flaps up. Flaps are up. And out we go. Bozone traffic, that United CRJ is clear the runway, departing to the west. Happy landings. Bozeman. 122.800. As I recall, I thought it was a really good name for a beer, but as I recall, Bozone wasn't all that great. Yeah, it's a name of a beer that you can get. It's a Montana microbrew. We've got a few of them here. Some of them are okay. As I recall, it was probably an IPA or one of those wheaty tasting things, which tend to not be that great. Let's see. Frenga FM. You're Cairo director? Oh, you're talking to somebody else. I'm sorry. I should just concentrate on my airplane and fly the flight. There's 10,000 feet. Let's get a little speed going for us. I don't think we're going to go smacking into any mountains here. So there's 250. Our first flight, if the 777 comes out. So right now we're flying the CRJ, and we're flying out of Bozeman, and we're heading over to Paine Field to pick up our 777. We're hoping that the 777 comes out while we're on our way. We'll see. Hey, look at that. Loviz is here. Loviz did a Tier 2 sub for 39 months. Loviz always flies along. Thanks for coming in. Welcome on in. We're all excited about the really cool new 777 that has not yet made it. Thanks for a Tier 2, Loviz, and thanks for being here for 39 months. Classic delivery flight. Yeah, so Paine Field to San Francisco. They are waiting for me to finish work. Aha. Oh, PMDG is waiting for Loviz. How much longer until you're done, Loviz? And let's go ahead and kick this speed up now to 270. There's 270. Ryan, yes, everybody in the EU and UK waiting for this airplane must be a little tired right now. Any moment now. Loviz says it's coming out any moment. So hold your breath. Hold your breath. 14,000 and all is right with the world. And over here to the radio, 122.8. That looks good. And we got a nice view of some of the mountains. We're going to be going over some of the neat places here. So we're going out over Three Forks right now. And the highway through here, there's a big bunch of silos. I wonder if we could actually see it from here at Three Forks. There is a great place to eat along the interstate here. And I think that's it right down there. Just before you hit the Continental Divide, that's Wheat, Montana down there, I believe. And they make, all the bread is made from Wheat, Montana. Montana wheat. Yep, that's it. And this is usually my stop when I would drive over to Missoula. I haven't done that in years. But they make a really great sandwich, sort of like a ham and turkey with several kinds of cheese and stuff like that. And they have great, brownies and stuff like that too. So that would be the stop there. And then we're going to be going over the Continental Divide. Okay, Barrow. And Standard. And let's let the flight attendants get up. Ryan is wrapping up work in El Paso right now. Well, the bet earlier, we did a poll earlier today, and everybody was thinking, it's going to be 2100 Zulu. Well, it's not quite 2100 Zulu. We shall see. Oh, let's go ahead and do a continued climb to 40. Definitely a high altitude flight on this one. And there is 40,000 feet. And let's reduce our rate of climb back down to 280. I missed that. Okay, we're good to go there. Peter, I have the PMDG Operations Center up and running. They've updated it actually a couple times. I saw they did one earlier today, and then they did one about an hour ago or so. Well, a Chewy actually got a pre-release. I don't know if Jamie got one or not. I saw Chewy had a pre-release earlier today, and it seemed to be working pretty good for Chewy. So, and we'll go over the Continental Divide here. Oh, Jamie did not get a pre-release? Oh, really? Okay. That's a little bit of a surprise, but... And seatbelts off. British AvGeek got one. Okay. Well, they probably made different decisions. Paine Field, here we go. And now we're going to come in over here. This is Whitehall. And between here and this Butte Mooney Airport is the Continental Divide. And there's the highway to the Continental Divide and Homestake Pass. There's actually a highway camera right here at Homestake Pass that's really good in the wintertime if you want to see a lot of snow and stuff like that. There's a ton of that there. Somebody just followed over on YouTube. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Let's see. Waffle. Actually, the version that we've got coming out right now is going to be a really good one, especially for Flight Sim 2024. If not, the other ones are about the same. Oh, there's the Berkeley pit. Man, that's a nasty story. Polyot says, yeah, the 200ER is used by the most airlines, and you're going to get 3 engine variants with this too. So that's going to be really neat. The story is I believe it was a big copper mine that was in there under the pit. It's underneath those clouds right now. But, and this was one of those pit mines. And the rock was so hard that water that collected in it would not seep into groundwater. And so it's been sitting there collecting for decades. And because of the chemicals in there and everything like that, if you're a little bird and you're flying around, oh, there's some nice water, let's go land. You're going to be dead pretty quick, because it's really freaking toxic. That's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is it's all starting to get very, very full. And it's going to start to overflow soon. And a lot of the companies that used to mine there said, oh, we're not a big part of it. Yeah, now you can see it. So that's the Berkeley pit right over there. And you can see the town is right here. So, and that's been an ongoing issue for a very long time. I was never over in this part of Montana. I drove through a few times. I did weather for them, but I went over from I was over on the western side of the state when I was there. So anyway, that's the drama that is associated with that. It does have its own Wikipedia page, The Berkeley Pit does. So if you care, want to read more. So PMDG, hello. Anything going on here? There's the freighter shopping 2020 and 2024. No products to buy over here. No products to buy over there. Oh well. Well, I guess if it's not there, we can take another airplane from Chicago to Toronto for Thursdays in Toronto. Or you can, or I could display my helicopter prowess at destroying pixel planes, because I purchased the Huey for DCS and it's been particularly destructive. It hasn't been good. They're waiting for the developer log in 1 hour. Oh, really? I'm sorry, the only thing that comes to mind is that stupid song from Ren and Stimpy about it being log, it's big, it's that kind of log. That's about the only thing that's popping into my brain about the developer log. Low-vis, I don't know. I heard about it earlier today, and Polyot says it's like an alpha release. I don't really think that sounds like that much fun to me. An alpha release. So, Loviz says, oh, it's a limited alpha. Oh, that sounds even more fun. That sounds like even more fun. Mountman says not a good idea right now. And good luck to them. I think that having a C-130 would be a cool airplane to have, but that just sounds like way too much frustration. In the end, it just sounds like it's not going to be a good thing to deal with. That's right. Low-vis is, we all have it. We have the MD-11 trauma that we had with limited alpha. I remember that. I remember, yeah, there were flaming pixels all over the approach to Toronto, of all places. I think it was the same runway. I think it was the same runway that I was trying to come in on. Not good. Oh, we're not in an Airbus anymore. We shouldn't be Airbusing there. Yeah, that's what they did. I don't know. I don't really know that it's worth the fuss. I mean, if it's like $10 and it's going to go to $80 or something, maybe, but nothing to worry about here. There's Phillipsburg, Deer Lodge, Anaconda's down there. So, hey, my tech review. Welcome. I've already tried to hit refresh on the PMDG website about 5 minutes ago, and there's nothing new. That's right, the E-Jet still really, I mean, I realize that it's probably kind of hard on them because they're trying to have to rewrite the flight management computer on that thing. That's the hard part. My tech review, we're waiting on that. We're doing a commuter flight right now from Bozeman to Paine Field. Bozeman to Paine Field, and we're hoping by the time we get there, it'll be out and we can pick up our new 777. We've got a little bit of a headwind now. 388 knots is our ground speed, so not great, not terrible. Yeah, I think when it's got LNAV, it doesn't have VNAV. When it gets that and the flight management computer that you can actually program certain things into, I think it's going to be a really good airplane. Blue Rat is going to get up the Islander and the Trilander over the 772 right now. If I take my time, yeah, I think if I take my time, we should be fine. Then again, we may have to just go and once we land at Paine, find pizza. Five Snips is in chat. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by today. And so far, so good. I know. I can't help myself. The anticipation. Okay, nice departure out of Bozeman. We got a nice little clearance going out. And over here to Paine Field we go. Don't see an awful lot of ATC at the moment. Martel is going to call it a night. See, that's the hard part about this. If you've been up in Europe all day and it's time to go to bed and it's sort of like, my airplane's not here. So then again, if you can deal with that frustration, the cool part for you is you're not going to be in the mad rush to pay for it. So thanks for coming in, Martel. Have a wonderful evening. See you next time. Clouds are thickening up. It's like an ex-girlfriend you hate, but you will always go back to. That's PMDG. I don't know. I never really hated ex-girlfriends. I mean, I think I lucked out that, we didn't end up married or anything like that, but Blue Rat says it's 11:12 p.m. right now. Yeah, it's getting late in Europe. About 40 miles from Missoula. Looks like we got about an hour and 2 minutes of flying time. Wow. We're just right over the highway, too. Right over the highway going into Missoula and grizzly bear country. Let's see. Loviz purchased every PMDG for Microsoft Flight Simulator within moments of the release and happy with them all. This part of the drive over into Missoula, this part is actually really kind of pretty, especially at some certain times of the year. Uh-oh. Where did my flight simulator go? No way. It didn't just crash, did it? I think it just crashed. I think my flight simulator just crashed. I think the sim crashed. Are you kidding me? The flight simulator just crashed. Why did it crash? That's annoying. How did that happen? I didn't do anything. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, yellow flags. I think it's crashed. Yep, it's gone. It's dead, Jim. Yellow cards all over the field. Ghost in the chat, welcome on in. Yeah, it just disappeared. Hi, Commander King. Well, okay, so much for that. Well, is there any chance that this is going to bail us out? Is it time yet? How about it? PMDG had the same thing happen on arrival into DFW, really? Nope, I don't see it there. Oh my gosh. Well, I could go in and we could, I've actually gotten a little bit better with the F/A-18. We can go and do a little more of a tour around Berlin. First of the month is all good. Ghost in the chat. Well, things are crashing. Let's see. We were just coming up on Missoula. We could pick up our flight to Missoula if anybody wants to. I don't think anybody was really flying with me. Let's see here. Let me try and see if I can do a poll and not mess this up. I can't spell to save my life. Okay. I've got a quick poll. I don't think it's gonna be up long, but there is a poll up and you can vote up there. We could do the DCS World, take the FA-18 into Berlin. I'm getting better at that. Or we could pick up the CRJ and go to Paine Field. Bomb Missoula and DCS World. I don't think that Missoula actually, oh, and I also don't think I'm gonna need the McDo. I don't think that we need, that. Chris, thank you for saying that. That was really nice of you. Thank you for saying that. It could be, it looks like DCS is kind of winning. Buzz in the FA-18. If only we could take the FA-18 in there. Okay. It looks like that's what's winning. So I need to come over here and reset those switches. I need to turn off. SimApp Pro. I need to turn off a few other things too. Okay, we also need to turn off Volanta, because Volanta will interfere. Okay, so I think I'm almost done there. There's Volanta. And quit. Okay, so that's good. Let's go over. Oh, by the way, I also have much better frame rates now too. So let's give this a shot. We need an Air Berlin FA-18 livery. Now, there's a good idea. That would be great. That would be a good one for sure. You can see the building. When we've departed out of Vegas, Pauliot actually pointed it out. And the PMDG office is like right across the street from Sphere Vegas. They have their world headquarters, and I guess, which is pretty impressive that they're that big that they could be there. Okay, it looks like this is winning, so let's go ahead and just pop this in, and by the time we land or crash, maybe our PMDG will be available. So this is working a little bit better. I lowered my target frame rate in DCS World, and that really made a huge difference. It'll be interesting to see how it behaves though with the live stream though, because that one was causing it some real discomfort earlier. All right, I was going to do something over here, but I don't remember what. Oh, I need to get my cheat sheet. Gotta have a cheat sheet with this airplane, at least to get it started. No real flight plan, still just using the map and stuff. Yeah, dogs had a CTD. Crashed to desktop. So we're going to try something just a little bit different while we're waiting for the big plane. I don't know what happened. I didn't do it. I'm just excited that PMDG got rid of the installer that they've been using.
You know, that is a real huge deal. I mean, that was really kind of a pain. I understand that, you know, they had to do what they had to do because, you know, they have to battle piracy. But it was such a hard time, you know, to go and get an email. And then from the email, then you have to go and click some other link and then come back and then click it again. And having the new installer, I think, is going to be nice. I'm real excited about that. Hey, Paul. So we're just going to go and do the, I also changed my control curves on this too. And so now it's a little less bouncy and stuff, which really has helped me hold altitude better. So it's definitely worth doing if you feel like you're over controlling. We don't have multiplayer set up yet for DCS, but as we kind of feel our way through what do we want to do with DCS World and all that, you know, and kind of figure our way through that, that's kind of the goal, is eventually to come up with some sort of a spy server or something. There are some other ones. I don't know if any have popped up yet for this map, and they're kind of based on maps and stuff, as opposed to the whole world out there. The jokes are keeping you entertained, even if they're really bad. They can be pretty bad. Uh-oh, progress. Progress is being made. The aerobatics server is very noob friendly with no weapons. Yeah, I remember there was one of those when I was doing this before, and I thought I was in one of the newbie servers so that I could go and fly around, talk to people on the radio, and practice my carrier landings. To which point, you know, I promptly got shot down as I was on approach to the carrier. So it's sort of like, okay, so much for the no shooting rule there. But you know, that was probably just one person, but still. Okay, here we are. So instant action is what I'm doing at the moment. We're in the FA-18, Cold War Germany, cold and start at Frankfurt. And then I've also noticed there was an update for some of the things too. Okay. What else can we do? It was the American carrier. I didn't see another carrier in the area. It could have been. No, this I think that this was the Kennedy aircraft carrier. And the other thing is I did notice that I did buy the super carrier for this a while back, and it's been updated too. And that's, from what I understand, really, really nice. The super carrier has become pretty amazing. This one takes just a little bit of time, but it's not so bad. You know what's going to happen, don't you? As soon as we get loaded in, as soon as it gets loaded in, a 777's going to drop. I think that's probably what'll happen. Oh, terrain graphics. Boy, jumped halfway across the screen. The super carrier was awesome when Nightwolf was playing 2 years ago, and they've gone and updated its support. You think it's going to happen now, Vinyl Rabbit? They have preloaded missions just like you did your practice landings. I didn't say it. A lot of other people said it, including, I think, the one and the only Robert Randazzo said it. So it's supposed to be today hydrospace between 1600 Zulu and 2359 Zulu. Those are the hours that they said it would drop. We got our airplane.
So those are the days. How the heck did the sim crash? Almost there. Okay, one more little hydrate here. At least the progress bars on this move a little bit. Some of you know, the old Flight Sim 2024 had hardly ever moved. Hardly ever moved. Sim post start. Yeah, this one was one of the payware airplanes. If you decide that you want to give this a try, the simulator itself is free. What you pay for is enhanced airplanes and what's called maps. The whole world in DCS World is not modeled, only certain areas. And this one, it's not only a certain area, but at a certain time. They have another map that is also goes back in time too, and that's some maps from World War II for the European theater. And those maps go back in time as well. Could it be the crash for the 777 release? I don't know. So what you get is when you download it for free, you get, I believe, 2 free maps, and you get 2 free airplanes, a trainer and some jet of some sort. And then everything else, you get everything for free for 2 weeks. And, you know, so if you decide, oh, I want to try the Super Carrier, you get to play with the Super Carrier for 2 weeks. Then you've got to buy it, and some of these things are a bit pricey. That's I think where they make the cash on this. The Orbix Cola map for DCS is nice for Scandinavian flying. I have thought that might be one of the next maps that I was going to get, Landy. Energizer needs advice on the 18 in DCS. I don't mind answering. You've got 7. Oh, advice. Thank you. Energizer. Yeah, I'm just relearning this whole airplane. Just getting it going again. So, and we're kind of killing time until PMDG releases a 777. George is back. We're in the holding pattern. We're in the holding pattern, George. But thank you, Energizer. 700 hours. World start. Okay, we're doing that. So right now, Energizer, I can start up, I can take off, and I can get to Berlin. And most of the time I can land, and it's not too terribly tragic. Sometimes it's real tragic. And we found the spy radio station too. So that's kind of nice as well. Definitely looking for that. Haven't managed to buzz the wall yet. But we've got to go and figure out where that is. I have found the Tiergarten. So that big park in the middle of Berlin, we found that. Almost there. Spawning objects. No 777 yet, Tim Dog. But it is, we're supposed to see it sometime between now and 23:59 Zulu. So we're coming up on that. Tim Dog ate supper and came back, and there's no 777. I don't know. It could be they're still getting ducks in a row. Could be they don't appreciate live streamers making wisecracks about them getting ducks in a row. Papas, then wait for the server crashes. I know. Next 90 minutes to the deadline. Tim Dog had beer batter, shrimp, and fries. Ooh. That sounds good. I've got some shrimp. I don't have anything to make a batter out of it with, but I've got some vegetables that I ought to do something with too. So it was Norway. The map is Norway and Sweden. Waiting for pooled tasks. We are getting closer. Thanks for being patient with all this. Okay, let's see. We need to do... Hey J-Dubs, welcome back. Well, the first flight was nice today. Copenhagen to Helsinki. We tried to do Bozeman to Paine Field, but my simulator crashed with the CRJ. We're still waiting for the PMDG, and while we're waiting, I was going to take the FA-18. The FA-18 in DCS World. But so far, it's been pretty good. World preload is almost done. 1 of 60, and usually, as I recall, it just goes by really, really fast. Definitely takes a while. There's not a lot of ATC. You're going to work on packing and wait for the DC. That's probably a good idea. Tim Dog's got to go on a trip. Okay, here we are. And I still don't really have I still don't really have my views and stuff set up a really good way to do this. I've got Track IR, but I haven't got that set up yet. So I still have some work. This apparently is my best scenery setting. So this is going to be the best scenery setting for this. And I think we're ready. All right, so let's go do the canopy. And let's come on down here. Yeah, I should probably do that category, shouldn't I? Hang on. Okay, I changed the category there. Thank you for reminding me to do that. Okay, that looks good. Let's see. Parking brake is on. Let's do the battery.
1,000.
Battery's on. Got the battery. I would highly advise putting DCS on an SSD to do that one. Well, usually once I get it loaded in, and I don't mind waiting for a load, once I get it loaded in, it's okay.
Engine fire left.
Betty!
Engine fire left. Engine fire right. Engine fire right. APU fire. APU fire. Bleed air left. Bleed air left. Bleed air right. Bleed air right.
Betty's aboard this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Engine fire left.
We have to count to 10 because they need to rewind the audio tapes for Betty.
Engine fire right. APU fire. APU fire. Bleed air left. Bleed air left. Bleed air right. Bleed air right.
And Betty has done the fire checks, and we're all good to go there. So now that we've got that, we're going to do the APU. APU starts up. And when the ready light comes on, you look over here, everything looks good. Let's come on down here. And then we're going to start an engine. And that's the right engine, so right click. And then you look up here. There goes the numbers, 18, 19, 20, and fuel.
Springfield 1, passing waypoint 3 at 7,000.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey, Joe from Phoenix from KPHX just did a really nice resub. Hey, thank you so much, Joe. Thanks for being here for 30 months. Thanks for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. Welcome aboard. I think that some of the airplanes do have external power. Hi, Joe. Thank you again for the resub. Welcome on in. We're killing a little bit of time waiting for the PMDG. Okay, engine crank, and then we got to do the bleed air, and that is right click. And now we have air conditioning. So now it's comfy in the cockpit. So with that, we're going to come up here, and I'm going to clear my master caution. That looks good. We would do the light test. Let's just do the DDI stuff right now. I know we've kind of been waiting all day, haven't we? Now we're going to come and do the HUD. We're going to turn the HUD all the way up. And let's also turn up the color map too. And that all looks good. And all of our maps are looking pretty good. If you look carefully, it looks like we have a Pan Am airplane up front. But it actually is not Pan Am, it's Pan Am. Pan An. So that the copyright police don't freak out. Okay, and now that we've got this going, let's go ahead and start another engine. So we'll come over here and left click on this. And 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, and fuel. Here comes fuel. And I'm actually able to use the Thrustmaster Airbus throttles, and I'm using the actual fuel cutoff switches, and that's working pretty good for us here. So I just blew off all the light tests and stuff, but that's okay. Okay, with all of that, now let's go ahead and verify the parking brake is on. And we're going to go and set up the INS. That's down here. And we're going to go to ground. Because we're on the ground, or you would set it up on an aircraft carrier. And then to make it go a little bit faster, slide the stick out of the way and hit standard heading or stored heading. And that'll align all of your stuff a little bit faster. So now with that, let's go ahead and do a few more things. Let's do the radar. And radar is down here. Let's come over and do the oxygen, because breathing is apparently important. There goes the APU being turned off, so that's good. And all of that's good. And make sure that the airflow is on so you can continue breathing. You've got the Thrustmaster Warthog that you use for DCS. That is really, really good if you're going to use this. Okay, now we need to come over here and let's go and do... We're going to do the menu and FCS and all of these X's, we need to get rid of them. So we're going to come down here and hold the reset button. 1, 2, 3. And all the X's are gone. But we need to do the bit test. And this is a little unusual. So there's this switch back here. That little lever in the middle. You have to hold that switch up when you click on something. And the only way to do that is to use the Y button. So what we're going to do is we're going to do FCS, hold down the Y button, and do it again. And now it's going to do the bit test. Hydrospace, that's the weather camera. I got a little camera in my window to look outside and check the weather. That's disconnecting all the time. I don't know why. But Nightwolf, that Thrustmaster Warthog is really a great controller for this. I don't have it, but other people do. Oops, I forgot to do flaps to auto. But it's gone and run all of our controls. I forgot to do flaps to auto. And now we have to leave it at half. That was wrong, but I don't think it's going to kill us. And then we can go and do our control checks. I think I'm going to do that again. That doesn't look right. I'm going to reset and do that again with flaps to auto. 1, 2. Flaps to auto. And I'm going to try the bit test again. Well, I don't think I get to do the bit test again. No, okay, at least by doing that, that's better. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so we're good with the bit test. Flaps to half. Anti-ice. Test it. That's good. Pitot. Test that. That looks good. Bingo fuel. You're supposed to set it to 5,000. For this flight, I set it to 4,000. So I click it up to 4,000 on that one. Standby instruments. Uncage the artificial horizon. That looks good. I'm not going to bother with the altimeter. Hook bypass goes to field. That looks good. Anti-skid is on. External lights are needed. It's time to go. Let's see how this works. So let's come on down here. Parking brakes are off. Tow brakes are on. Ejector seat is armed. Let's look out here. And let's go to Berlin. Mark Felton is waiting for us. Parking brakes are off. Uh-oh. Lots of hesitations. It does not like... This is a lot smoother if I'm not live streaming. That is a Pan Am, but it's spelled P-A-N-A-N. And I think Lufthansa is spelled differently too. Lufthansa is spelled differently too. So I noticed a couple of little hesitations in there. Hopefully it'll catch up. I don't know. Very cool airplane. Polyot says, yeah, the airplane that we're getting today is the one that most of the airlines use. Pixel Sphere is back in chat, turning down the gamma in settings, and it will look better. Pixel Sphere, hang on a sec. I'm going to copy what you said, and I'll do that a little later on, okay? Thank you for that. I've got those in my notes to do after the live stream today. Thank you for sending that suggestion. And here we go. American flies the 772 from Charlotte to Miami. Oh my gosh, horrible hesitations now. Wasn't having any of these, so it's not responding well to the fact that the live stream is on. But thanks, Pixel Sphere. Well, it's not as bad as it was last time that I was doing this with a live stream. Hydraspace is enjoying the the A350. No kidding. That's If they figure out that VATSIM stuff, that's going to be really, really good. If they figure that, you know, that, because that was a big problem. Okay, turn to a heading of 055 degrees. The standard is 2.2, and that's why it's washed out. Yeah, it became kind of a PowerPoint, didn't it? Uh-oh. Too fast, too fast, too fast. Too fast, damaging the landing gear. Slow down. Yeah, Dom T Gaming. I wonder if they're gonna crash. They've changed the way that we're gonna buy it and download it this year, so. This got really bad. And flaps are on auto. Okay. We don't need to be going down, airplane. We need to be going up. Let's see if it'll let me roll out here just a bit. Keo, welcome aboard. Polyot says $77.72 is what we think. The product page is back and it says $77.72, but it's still unavailable. Draken is back in chat. This is a little smaller. We're killing time. We're killing a little bit of time right now. And as it turns out, my DCS world is not doing very good. Polyot says it's out. Polyot says it's out. DJ Pensioner says it's out. So I'm just blowing out of DCS world right now. And let's get ready to do this. Mountain says it's out. Polyot has made a purchase. Okay. Almost ready. Just waiting for DCS to... Okay, let's come on over here. And let's see if we can buy ourselves an airplane. Mike 200ER. 777 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Okay. And can we go to the bottom and purchase it? Add to cart. It is added to the cart. Let's go to the cart. Shopping cart. This looks good. I am not paying for shipping. I am not paying for shipping. Okay. I'm going to probably have to enter in something here. Would you give me just a second here and look at the weather cam? So let's see if I can get the weather cam going. There we go. Nope, that's not the weather cam. There we go. Okay, let me pay for it and be done. And all of this looks good. Yeah, this was a good thing to get off the screen. That looks great. And we're going to continue. And we're going to do so 000 destruct 0 is my password. It's not. I'm kidding. But that would be a great password. 000 destruct 0. And I have to give it a name. And I have to put in Captain Kirk's code. And place an order. I have to be sure and agree to the terms and conditions. Be sure to agree to your terms and conditions. Thank you, Dave. All right. I think we did that. So, come on back in. And we're done there. Now let's go over and start up the PMDG Ops Center and see if it's ready. Hey, Chris, welcome aboard. And PMDG Ops Center is loading. This is so much nicer than the last one. We still good with Paine Field to San Francisco. And there we go. PMDG 777. 77 tis 777-200 ER. Install. Product not installed. Downloading and installing files. And we have liveries that are of it. Error fetching release details. Uh-oh. And let's see, All Nippon, they got a lot of liveries here. Okay, I figure we've got to get the battleship. Probably ought to wait till we go and click that, right? Loviz guessed the price perfectly. Yeah, I think that was a good one for this, right? Okay, are we downloading and installing? Install 2.4. It says it's downloading and installing. The server is the limit. You're at 20. I don't have a percentage here. So I haven't got a percentage yet. But I'm not kidding. That was the most painless purchase from PMDG in the history of PMDG. It was great. You got 1 gigabyte per second before the rush hit. Oh my gosh. So it's downloading and installing, but I don't see a progress thing at all. It's not PMDG servers. They're using a CDN to deliver their artifacts. So it's very, very slow, but apparently it's downloading. Dog's got one. Congratulations. DJ Pensioner. I'm not kidding. Remember, we had to go and get an email. We had to click on an email, get a confirmation code, go get another email, and then go and plug it in within a certain time frame that we never were able to hit. The process, it was so smooth. SimGeek went from 90 megabytes to 1 megabyte a second. I'm not even getting, it isn't even telling me what my speed is. I don't know where it is, but it's not showing me that at all. Waiting on the products. Collimator got it. Cool. Potential time. Yeah, we do have time to change the title and everything. Okay, so let's go over here. And let's do, excuse me. And I also need to change back to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and we're good. XLT is getting it. Yours is not downloading, so it's not downloading at all. Uh-oh. I think it's on the error. I think it's still doing that. Let's see. T.O. Pernas says, you think the servers are crashing? Yeah, none of these. Not installed. Let's try and do it again. Downloading and installing. Yay for starting error fetching release details. So I still have an error down here. That's not good. XLT says it's going faster. Yeah, mine's showing an error. Maybe I need to restart it. How about if I restart it? Let's try that because I don't think it was downloading. Yep, Poliat, good idea. And then it automatically loads me all in, which is nice. Servers, oh, MeVive, I bet they're getting hammered like you wouldn't believe. Martin just gave us a really nice raid. Martin Thor is here. Hi, Martin. Welcome aboard. Yeah, Pratt PT. That's why we're all really excited about this. We're all really excited about this because it's going to be in 2024. Loviz had to re-sign into this. It didn't ask me to re-sign in, so I think that's good. Hi, Martin. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Controlling you, Martin. Oh, you were our setter. Thank you for coming in. Thanks for saying hi. It was a really nice flight today. That was probably the smoothest part of the day today. It really was. That's okay. You know what? We say all these things all the time. I don't know if this is doing, it's loading these. It's trying to load my products and it's not doing that. It could be that the servers are just so badly hammered right now that it's not going to do anything. Hey, now we're back. Error fetching release details based on version. HTTP request error. I don't know what to do about that. No liveries available yet. Let's try and install it again. We'll try it again. Error fetching release details. Chris, you got that too? The old OTP system is still up. Maybe they're trying to download from the old. Well, this time it's also not showing all the liveries either. Well, I don't know. You're going to do the route in your Airbus A318? There you go. Well, let's see. I can look in Task Manager and see if it's actually doing anything. Okay, let's see. PMDG Ops Center. Ops Center is up. It's not using any of the network at all. So it's just sitting here. Did they say release day was today? Installation complete day is not until next week. Very probably at this point. So I don't think that it's downloading anything. It's not downloading at all. I just blew out of it with Task Manager. And let's try and go back into it and see what happens. Flight Kid, okay, so Flight Kid's doing good. Flight Kid's up to 20 is up to 24%. We'll try it again. SK331 went from 100 millibytes per second and now it's down to 2. HTTP request error. Now it's just an HTTP request error. Flight Kit is looking for a flight. A lot of us are doing, you could depart out of Paine Field and go to San Francisco. Dim Dog's doing good with 11 megabytes per second. At least it's going to the right place. You gonna sleep on it for a while? Paine to San Francisco with your favorite regional. Let's see. Op Center, it's still up. Okay, well this came in now. And now this, so it's now this has been, now it's got a number 3 up there. I don't think I can click on it to do anything else and it'll just disappear. Now it's not even going to get my old PMDGs from the other sim. Yeah, this is probably what it was like. Dogs is doing good. Now it could be that it's having a hard time with me because I'm also live streaming right now. Hey, look at this. It's going to get liveries. It's getting liveries here. It wasn't getting, so it showed liveries. That's good. So that looks pretty good. Shall we try and hit the install button again? Yeah, I was getting that too. Let's see if it's finished getting the other products here. It's still having a hard time getting these. Well, let's try it again. Yeah, a bunch of us are getting those errors at the moment. Install error. Well, it was showing the liveries earlier, but now it is. Uh-oh, look at that. I've got a progress bar. There's a progress bar. There's progress happening here. There's a new application in the EFB. Oh, really? Like Navigraph or something? Oh, hang on. Sorry about that. We're not sterile right now. I'm doing relatively good at the moment. I'm really kind of holding my breath here. Let's see how it works. It has nothing to do with me streaming, says Carney. The obvious reason is not enough capacity over there. Thanks, Carney. The blue line is moving. I know, I'm kind of curious. Polyot said that there's a new application in the EFB. I think I use Pratt and Whitney for the original Uniteds. I was gonna go and just get the Battleship Gray for this one. There's an Air France G Spy. Really? No kidding. It's a weight and balance app. Dita, thank you. It's not that bad of a download. You can finally load weights in the EFB. Really? Was there a spoiler alert? Breadmaster is stuck at 40%. That's not good. Okay, well, so far so good. Let's see. I think over on VPilot, Simbrief, I mean. Simbrief already has some stuff. Dad Game Time did a resub.
Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey, Dad Game Time, thanks for the resub today. Dad Game Time's been here for 9 months. Thank you for great support and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Uh-oh. It started again. I don't think it was happy with me because I opened up a web page. Flight Kid is going to do a flight to Dublin today. Where are you departing from? Okay, it's still moving. It's at about 8.4. Up, stopped again. Flight Kid's doing a really long flight to Newark. Okay, we're at 20%. Thoughtside, welcome aboard. So far, so good. You remember, well, when I was downloading the first Microsoft Flight Simulator, it took all night. Loviz had to reload the Ops Center. Really? I think I'm frozen here. Mountain Man is stuck on loading customer products. Up. It moved. I saw it. It moved. Your download, Landy's download is frozen now. I have 1,960 files to download. Hey, Frankie Stats, thank you for a really nice resub.
Granted, Agent.
Frankie Stat's been here for 31 months, excuse me. Thanks, Frankie Stat. Thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. Cartman, yeah, the thing is we didn't have to go through the other stuff. Remember when we had to go and do, you know, all the email confirmations and stuff? We didn't have to do that this time. They stopped selling because of server issues. Really, Deep Blue, they had to do that? Sunjammer's playing waiting music from Monty Python. So 1,945 files. 44, 43, 42, 41. So heavy weather, yeah, I think mine got really slow after 20% too. But it's on its way. Oh, we need a spy hat, don't we? We need a spy hat, and today, it's been a while, we get to do the Boeing hat. Thanks, Dad Game Time. Well, gee, I could probably go and order a pizza, and it would be here in time for it to, by the time it downloaded. Almost like the day we were waiting at BWI, only I don't think it's going to take as long as BWI. That was almost 2 hours, if I remember correctly. Oops, server problems. Uh-oh. Of course, we expected to be hammered, but for some reason, our new system choked on something. We are unchoking it. To make things easier, we stop selling. When we get this first batch of sales done, we'll restart. This was the one part we could not test. Okay, you know what? If this is something that they could not test, I really can't whine about that. Dom T Gaming, you remember the BWI flight? I'm not kidding. It was like 2 hours and I gave up. Yeah, I did too. That was one of the very few flights that I actually abandoned. It says it's unavailable now. Yes. So what they said is they're going to go and get the first round of people downloaded and on their way. Then they're going to reopen up flight plans, sales again. Yes, they're Heimlich maneuvering their servers right now. There's kind of a deal. I know, the first new Boeing, and this is the first Boeing for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Dom T Gaming, I gotta wonder. Okay, 1,900 files remaining. So 1,900 files remaining. And now after that, it kind of picked up. So it's speed up, speed up, speed up, kind of like that. Well, you know, like I said, okay, I don't know if we're back, but I think we're back. It crashed Meld Studio. Meld Studio crashed. That hasn't happened. So, but everything else seems to be fine. So Meld Studio crashed. Welcome back. Manaphy Games, we're stuck at 22%. Where I'm at 22%. I've downloaded 20 files, so it didn't speed up or anything. Yeah, I know PMDG killed the stream, so refresh. We're back on both Twitch and YouTube, so we're good to go there. But it got really, really cranky. I was trying to go. I thought I was hearing something like thunder outside, and I tried to refresh the weather camera. I thought I was hearing like thunder, so I was just going to look outside. Nah, nothing like thunder or anything like that. So no big deal there. 1,875. Needs to fire up the APU and all the resources. Old Lenny, they have temporarily stopped selling it until everybody that came in on the initial rush has got their downloads, because their servers are being hammered. So that's what's going on. They'll restart it soon, Old Lenny. So don't worry about that. How do I have my Thrustmaster Airbus throttle set for the 777? It's basically full throttles, you know, 0 all the way up and everything back. Polyot likes the sounds. Polyot's using the Rolls-Royce. Yeah, it's, I don't know when they're going to restart it. Captain Tolerance tried to buy it for $250 million. I don't remove any of my D10s just because it's a pain in the butt. I just deal with them. I think I'm stuck here. Up. 1,874. 1,873. Polyot got it before the servers died. Low-vis is at 25%, so you're moving now. 1,872 files at 23%. Eagle Eye, I know, really lucky if you got it before the servers crashed. Yeah, I think that maybe that's where a lot of people get stuck. Yes, 1,872 bottles of beer on the wall, right? Menifee did Paine to San Francisco. Yeah, you could very probably. Reminds XLT of the DSL days. Yeah, we don't have fiber or anything like that here. 1,868. Well, you know, if you don't have enough fiber, you could do, you know, like all brand cereal or something. That might help. Couldn't resist the fiber joke, sorry. Or you could have some salad. $1,867. It's trying to install the 300. Yeah, we were doing the dietary fiber jokes. Old Lenny, so what we're going to try and do is as soon as it loads, we're going to probably go and grab, do Paine Field to San Francisco. Is what we're planning, Old Lenny. Tim Dogs at 54%. Will I get the 200 LR? I think the only thing that I'm really planning to pick up beyond this airplane is a cargo, maybe. Just because I think it's the main cargo. 777 is the 200 LR for, you know, all the cargo flying, and that's probably what I'll stop at. Just until, you know, the economy stops freaking out. Low fiber diet, so I can send all of my fiber to broadband. So we do have one freighter. I do know I have one freighter, but I thought that this was supposed to be the one that everybody's using as a freighter. $1,862 files. I'm kind of frozen at 23% right now. It seems to be stopped. Polyad, okay, now it's released and I have flown in it and landed on a highway. I'm going to watch some TV and settle down for the night. Not sleeping, but I'm making a point of unwinding rather than sitting at your desk. Polyad, thank you for coming in. Have a great evening. Keep getting well soon. Good luck. I guess there's a test coming up soon. Good luck with your test. For the special classes. And see you in Flight Sim Land. Test in the morning. Good luck on that test. Okay. Up, 1,859. So I'm still getting these little burps here like this. I'm still getting the little burps out of this. So there we go. It's probably going to burn up the modem or something. We're going to burn up the internet. Yeah, I think if you just leave it alone, you know, I've noticed that, you know, I see these burps over on Task Manager, and Task Manager pops up and shows, oh, okay, it's screaming along.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Maple Leaf has been here for 2 years now. Hey, Maple Leaf, thanks for a resub today. Thanks for 2 years. Maple Leaf, thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. If I burp on stream, it will do better. We should have it downloaded in time for Frankfurt Friday. I don't have any carbonated anything around here. Up, just started again. I'm at 25%. And it's started again. It's a good thing there's some goofy music playing here today. Yep, just a little bit of music here. 1,855 files. So if you get the chance... So Paine Field to San Francisco might be a good flight. Loviz re-downloaded the 777F and it took a while. Bear is going to be ready for Frankfurt Friday. So I think we were flying this week. We were going to go into Berlin.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Departing Berlin
Loyalty
for Frankfurt.
noted.
Flying Eli is back with a nice resub. Flying Eli, thank you for the resub today. Flying Eli's been here for 33 months and some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks, Flying Eli. Welcome on in and a super duper happy Thursday. It's the server load, not the bandwidth for each file. It takes a while to start the download. Once it starts, it gets the file fairly fast, and then the larger file moves. Beer cheers, Flying Eli. Thank you so much. Opsetter kicked you out at 40%. So what, it just crashed? Like Opsetter crashed Deep Blue? That's not good. I'm stuck at 26 again. Up 1,842. I just saw it click down from 43. Happy almost Friday. Yeah, no kidding. So Deep Blue, now you can't log in. Ugh. So I guess the thing to do is just not touch anything while it's downloading. 1,840 files. Tim Dog says they should have zipped everything up. Do they still use zip files and stuff anymore? I think they've kind of shut a lot of stuff down until they get everybody that's downloading right now downloaded and out of their hair, and then they'll start turning things back on. It wasn't as annoying as it has been. Dom T Gaming is at 17. The price is not bad, I think, for this airplane. It's going to be a very nicely done airplane. They've also got a huge box of liveries. Even if there was no compression, a single file to download would have helped tremendously. Because it's requesting each file. Old Lenny flies. Yeah, Polyot took it on a quick flight and said the sounds are good. Chris needs another beverage for this. Yeah, I'm going to need to go and refill some tea here. 26%. 18.32 file. 1,832. 31. We get free upgrades for all the other 777s, which is nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to some of those over there. Particularly, get some of them into... some of them will get into Flight Sim 2024. I don't know how you resume. I don't see any controls or anything here. 1,829. Yeah, the DC-6s and the 7.3s, but I think we'll have to pay an upgrade fee for those to get them into 2024. Tim Dog is already up to 56%. 1,827. It's moving along here, I guess. Why does the 777-200 say unavailable? Any Builds needs to fix the WASA mess. Yeah, they've got some problems with the A350. That was disappointing for a lot of people across the pond. On the other hand, the A350, A330 worked pretty good for me. That actually worked pretty good.
move across the pond. It would be nice if they were, if somebody would take an A330 and make it as good as, say, you know, as a Phoenix quality. Not waffle. I saw that one. Yep. Thank you for posting that in. That's the latest. So if you haven't been able to purchase it yet, they're getting everybody else purchased, and then everybody who's purchased it now, and then they're going to turn on sales again. You have to wait for new liveries, one per customer. So we're only going to be able to get one livery. Oh, they forgot to take the chocks away. See? 1,814 files. This is long. This is long. November 321 does not want to have to wait 8 days. Heavy weather. Yep, that's what we have read. So they've stopped selling for the moment. When they get the first batch of sales done, they'll restart sales. So that'll be good. Oh, Loviz is reminding us. Remember that when the McDo went on, the wing McDo's. Oh my gosh. Holy moly, that really was a mess. 3.23 megabytes per second for James. I'm at 3.71, 1,807, 27%. Oh, 1804. They should do a lottery like VATSIM, so you get a download start time. I've got to wonder, how many of these? Well, I mean, you could get a general idea. How many people responded to the Navigraph? How many people responded to the Navigraph survey just recently? I know, John, we're all getting more and more gray hairs. We're waiting for this to come down. So you figure that, I forget how many people responded to the Navigraph survey, but figure maybe 2/3 to 3/4 of everybody that responded to the Navigraph survey wants this airplane, I would imagine. I don't know. That's just projecting a number out there, but there you go. 28%. Chris forgot to refresh. Deep Blue says to hydrate. Let's hydrate. Yes, we all need to do that. 1,794. Nosy, yes, it's slow for everybody right now. Thanks for reminding me to hydrate, Deep Blue. Paine, the flight is looking like it's uncontrolled right now. Kind of a tradition that we do for this flight. Lova's got the PNP-3 for Boeing, but you're going to cancel the McDo. Well, I would imagine that some of the tariff stuff is kicking in now with WinWing, so at least U.S. sales for a while. James the Catcher says if 2,521 people, that's about 195,000 in sales. Hydrospace says good morning or good night. Was there a joke?
Tim Dog's at 56%, 1,264 files. It's a lot of small files, so that's going to slow it down even more. That's the big thing. John, really excited that we're getting finally a really good Boeing in Flight Sim 2024. So James is saying almost $200,000 in sales in less than an hour. And it'll probably, you know, they'll probably get several days of sales like this. So cream cheese is going to pass on the 777. You were, because you saw some of the textures in the airplane? Actually, I always thought that the textures, in the cockpit are always pretty good. 1,779 files to remain, almost to 30%. They do, and Chris, that's the cool part, is we're actually getting a good Boeing today. James is at 16%, Heavy Weather's at 38%. Captain Tolerance is getting the 2020 version. Manifee wants a yoke for the 787. Yeah, the thing is ever since my Flight Sim 2020 crashed, and I never kind of got involved in, you know, rolling back the NVIDIA drivers to ensure smooth May 3rd, carefully evaluated to suspend ordering from the global shipping site. The wing textures didn't look good to cream cheese, but yeah, Hydrospace, that's what I heard. So yeah, we'll have a special US site, and goodness only knows what that's going to be. You get, Loviz says we get free updates for the other two 777s later this month. So the other 777s that we've already purchased will get a free upgrade. And that's also going to bring those other 777s into 2024. J-Drubs, well, you know, what else is there to do? It took off 30%. It's moving. 31%. It was moving for a while there. Oh, yeah, I think that there are 772s. XLT is stuck at 39%. Old Lenny says liftoff. J-Dubs, Star Wars or Star Trek? Oh my gosh, I don't know. Both about the same in a way, I'd guess. I mean, you know, some of them are actually pretty, you know, some of the episodes in the other series were really nice. James likes Star Trek, Star Wars. Well, we can have some fun with that here. Okay, there's a poll about to answer that question. That was a nice diversion, thank you. You can say what you like better, which one would be your favorite. The 773 is the most popular variant IRL with 833 produced. Total production was 1,700 777s. I think that was Tim Dog. I was trying to think that. Firefly. I was trying to think of that one. James the Catcher is going to do Real World American Airlines. I've seen you in clips having things go wrong. Always funny. We're doing good. John, thank you for coming in today.
You do not have to apologize. Welcome now that you're new. Thank you for being here. Over on YouTube. But yeah, thank you for coming in today. We're just kind of all suffering through the slow download of the 777, but we're kind of kicking it into gear. Let's see, James is gonna do DFW to Bogota or Rome today. Wow, you're gonna do a really long one. Blaze, so Paine Field to San Francisco for us. That's kind of what, whenever there's one of the new Boeings that comes out, we kind of like that one. We kind of like to do that one. Oh, James, you're going to do that over the weekend. Okay. 1,757 files. Perfect for 757 fans. I do have a private pilot's license, John. My career was in broadcasting, but yeah, I did do a little bit of flying when I was younger. James, well, hopefully we'll all be able to go here. It looks like it's going to be a while. What's Seaberog wants to know the benefit. You already own the 300. Right now, the benefit is we're going to get a Boeing into. The benefit that we're going to get today is we've got a Boeing in Flight Sim 2024. We haven't had that. Dad Game Time reminds us of Futurama and Red Dwarf. Yep. I don't know, Murdinator. It's not telling us how big the actual download is. It's just telling us that how many files that we have to download.
Bits intercepted. Intel secured. Every
Bongos
bit helps.
just did some
Thanks,
cheers.
Agent.
Hey, Bongos, thanks for some nice cheers today. That was super nice of you. Thank you for coming in. I know the poll was also missing like Stargate and everything else too. That was just all I could figure out at the last moment. But so far so good. 32%. Sim Nation. We hope that there are no WASM crashes. Please, no. No, generally, I guess Chewy had a pre-release copy and did a successful flight earlier today. So that worked out. Speedbird, it's downloading. Chris is at 20%. JSG Droid, oh no, JSG Droid. Is that going to take up most of your week? Yeah, oh my gosh. I don't know. They're being so nice to me after I had to do that really nasty murder trial. Hope they leave me alone. Don't expect PMDG to be as bad as any builds. Yeah, I have no idea. 1,741 files. So it's still going down, but not very fast. And Star Wars, I think, won 59%. So Star Wars was on
New
top.
recruit detected. Welcome aboard,
Way
Agent.
on top
Stay
there.
sharp.
Let's see. Feel the pain. It happened to you twice. Yep, it did. Oh, the trial that I did? No. Got volunteered to be the foreman too. 1,737 files. Dom T Gaming is in the military, so you still get out of jury duty for now. Poll is complete. 2 votes for Battlestar, 7 for Star Trek, and 14 for Star Wars. So that's what we have. And yeah, there were a bunch of others that I should have included. I don't really think that, doing any kind of a flight right now is the best idea. Probably better not. So, probably ought to keep the internet pipe and Stormy as clear as possible. I've had a couple of interesting CTDs. Had one CTD in Flight Sim. It's like, what? and then all of a sudden Meld crashed. So something's been weird there. Nothing else seems to have been bad. The music keeps playing. You've been on the list, but the only time you're supposed they canceled it? Yeah, they do cancel an awful lot of those. It depends, Tim Dog. Sometimes it is. I mean, you know, the pictures and stuff in the one that I had to do weren't anything nastier than I've ever seen, you know, in real life in my former career or anything like that. But it was all just so incredibly petty. Oh, so incredibly petty. And just, there was a little level of nastiness in there. 1,727 files to go. I've been okay with the A350, but we were having so many WASM crashes out of it in the last, you know, especially for across the pond, that I just decided it wasn't really worth the time to do that. 1,724, 32%. This is really taking a long time. So let's see here. Yeah, the PMDGs are a very reliable airplane. TNS, Nemesis is here, 20% for you. Good job, welcome in. James is, yeah, you know, it seems like it gets stuck for about 45 seconds and then goes. And stuck for about 45 seconds and it goes. Tim Dog says it, yeah, I feel like I'm hearing thunder here at Spy HQ. I feel like I'm hearing thunder here, so let's go and just see. Oh, not at all. It must be somebody throwing things around or something like that. Probably somebody throwing things around. We have some noisy people here. We have noisy people here at Spy HQ. Never had a problem. As long as we're sorted out for Frankfurt Friday. I think, so mine definitely appears to be slowing down a little bit, and I've still got 1,700 files to go. I don't know if we still want to do, you know, a long flight here or not. I know it's getting late for some of you tonight. So I'm kind of wondering, you give it an hour and it'll be back to normal. I think we'll be back to normal for Elite Wings too. Although I'm not taking something this big. Stretch. And you should do that too. I wasn't gonna, I thought we were taking like F-28s or CRJs or A319s or something on Elite Wings. We didn't want to take anything too big. Tim Dog has got special weather statements, so if you've got lightning in the neighborhood, Tim Dog, you don't really want to have that. Yeah, I know, I'm way, way down. You're going to do the RJ for that. Okay, I thought you were planning to take the F-28. You're not going to sleep till I get the 777. I'm starting to kind of fail. So I've seen my speed go from 9 to 6 to 1. So my speed has just dropped so low right now that I feel like it's going to be an hour to 90 minutes before this is good, before we're ready. Speedbird's going to take the A400 for Elite Wings. That's a good choice. Because remember, they designed that to land on a very short runway. So that Speedbird, that's a really cool choice. Maybe that's worth thinking about. Maybe that's worth thinking about, is to take that one. But yeah, so for tomorrow, our first flight was Berlin to Frankfurt. I was going to take this from Berlin to Frankfurt. Then we were going to do a practice flight from Ascension Island to St. Helena. That's the elite wings. So we've got that going on right now. And then Memphis to Cleveland. Now my speed has dropped to 0.77. So it's really, I feel like it's probably now up to what? Just simple guesstimation, no math here, but I think I'm between an hour and 90 minutes. Apocalypse, please. I'm not getting this plane today. I think you're right. It's also coming up on 6 p.m. local time when I start to wrap up the live stream and stuff. James is going to be doing Memphis ground tomorrow. And yes, we have Memphis to Cleveland tomorrow. And so I was going to take a 777 for that as well. So we'll be getting all sorts of 777 flying tomorrow and stuff. But I think you've got like, oh, now we're back up to 1.2, 1.5. Tim Dog, is yours not moving at all? Wow, that's not good. Maybe another thing that we'll do is, by the way, starting early tomorrow, 1800 Zulu for Berlin to Frankfurt for Frankfurt Friday. So we're starting it an hour early tomorrow. So we can probably get an extra flight in with this. Dita's speeds have been fluctuating. As long as the files go down and the speeds are not truthful. So I'm at 1,690. So Loviz is going to get it downloaded, set it up, and fly it tomorrow. I kind of think that that's probably the best thing to do. This is going to get tedious as hell eventually for you. You're going to take it. Dom T Gaming is San Francisco to Honolulu because you have to pull an all-nighter tonight? Really? How late will you stay on? So Ryan, I'm actually, my speeds have just, it hasn't stopped, but I don't think we're going to get this airplane for another 90 minutes. And I don't think that, I'm going to run out of if this point. So rather than do that, I'm kind of thinking maybe it's time to look and see if there's anybody rateable soon, and we'll just call it a day here and be ready to start an hour early tomorrow with the Frankfurt Friday. T-Jock, there are a bunch of liveries. So if you look down here, you can't see it says no liveries available yet. I've seen a bunch of liveries earlier, and so I have a feeling that we're gonna have liveries tomorrow. Pilot Guy, so it hasn't moved for 30 minutes for you, Pilot Guy. I feel if it hasn't, I don't know what to tell you. So, good night, Average Canadian. Thank you for coming in. Dom T Gaming says it's 5:49 p.m. there. So, like I said, we're just, I don't think that we're flying this today, at least not for an hour or maybe two. So maybe the thing to do is let's go and see if there's somebody who is rateable and keep downloading. If you're having any problems or something like that, there'll be people on Discord tonight and doing that. Sim or stew? Well, that's the other thing. Maybe some food would be a little bit tasty right now too. But yeah, now it's really screeching to a halt here. And it could be, like I see Sim Caesar is flying right now. So what, yeah, AvGeek Fozzie, I'm going to probably raid Sim Caesar over on Twitch and call it a night because this is going to take a while. I could come back and do a red eye. Oh my gosh. I maybe someday I could do that, but I think I'm going to vanish like that just because I don't think You're going to wrap up as well to old Lenny. You couldn't get it today, so see you tomorrow. Yeah, this is going to be frustrating for everybody. So Heavy Weather said good night too. I'll do the usual things that I usually do right now and say thank you for coming in. A spy slumber party. There's an idea. I haven't done that at all. But thank you for being here. There has been some obviously
Subscriber
some
confirmed.
incredible support.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
Hey,
Loyalty
somebody
noted.
Just BAW just did a resub for 33 months. BAW, thanks for the nice resub. Thanks for some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on right now. I sure appreciate you being here. So again, thank you for being here. Thank you for the awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here. CYYZ has actually got an airplane and is flying, which is a lot better than watching one of the slowest progress bars in the world. So why don't we go over and say hi to CYYZ, because I'm going to run out. Well, I ran out of jokes years ago. And why don't we plan on that? I'm going to say thanks for being here. There was some nice gift subs today and some really nice resubs and cheers. And I'm so grateful, especially, you know, kind of the way things are in the world right now. Thank you for helping me to keep this going. But as I always say, thanks for being such great flight sim friends. Please take extra good care of yourself. It's stressful on everybody. So be nice to yourself. Stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll see you in the Friendly Sim Skies tomorrow, 1800 Zulu, first thing tomorrow morning.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Somebody
Stay
did a follow. Ninja Labs, thank you for the follow before we go. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So as always, stay healthy, stay safe, take good care of yourself. See you in the Friendly Sim Skies, 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, say a big hello to Sim Caesar at Caesar's Palace in the big room. Cheers, and thank you very much for being here. Good night.